Hello, Acolytes! We're back in Rogue Trader with episode fucking 20. Dear God! I have enjoyed the ride, but goddamn, is it taking a while. What the hell do I even need to do at this point, aside for getting to... There's Akwe... Kranich. Got a while before we get there. What's this rumor? Let's see, abandoned camp, Auger's anomaly. Yeah, I need to get better something or other to get through there. Anyway, so I want to get to Telecos Epsilon to get up to Orselio Prophecy. It's going to be a few jumps. Let's see, the duty officer reported an incident in the shuttle repair bay. A security team was dispatched in response to a distress signal, but when they arrived, they discovered the shuttle repair crew had doubled in number. Somehow, every crew member now had an identical twin, but each assured the enforcers that they were the real one. The enforcers immediately opened fire, killing everyone in the bay. The duty officer awarded the squad a commendation for their vigilance and efficiency. Let's see. It was discovered that one of the smaller vats in Engine Hull 5, which should have been filled with wastewater, instead contained a liquid that looked like blood. This incident was deemed not to be of serious concern, and everything went back to normal as soon as the ship returned to real space. And back down to Telecos Epsilon. So yeah. Sacrifice a couple profit factor for more provisions. I don't need to or want to. Alright, we need to get to Kavagama and Kranich. Find traces of the Gene Stealer cults. Expanse. Danger to all worlds. The source must be discovered. So the cults, Kranich. Senator Sakwe will be on the way. A new ruler. Alright, so let's stabilize that route. The vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. During the traditional sermon before departure, ritual chandeliers, 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attribute this incident to an open ventilation shaft, but the voidsmen noticed it and are whispering about an ill omen, fearing that woes may soon come. Let's see, sanctify all chambers of the void ship one more time. The light procession, in full accordance with the ecclesiarchy's liturgical canon, rekindled the faith in the voidsmen's hearts and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided, and the crew was ready to face the potential dangers with courage and fervor. Chart some new routes. So we're going to have to go up to Edermat. Cool. Well, I might as well stabilize these points to start off with. We're dropping into Orselio Prophecy. We got some pirates, some space dust, and a few planets. 3 fuel shipments, I guess. It's like a toxic world. Jungle world. It appears that a large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris did not burn up in the atmosphere, is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding a nearby valley. A herd of large hooved rodents to have gathered along the riverbank. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they're doomed. Order the removal of the space debris from the riverbed. It's a long and laborious process, but the animals will have a chance to survive. It takes many planetary turns and hundreds of crew members to remove the heaps of trash and unclog the river, letting the waters flow freely once more. The rodents run back to their pastures without so much as a backward glance at the people who saved them. This burning world looks different from the rest. There's little islands of blue amidst the boundless ocean of crimson and gold. Places where natural gases tint the fire a different color. Let's see, yeah. Seaglesburg, let's see, looks like the Builders of Flame used hereditary bacterial structures to record information. The artifacts you discovered in the burning world contained colonies of bacteria whose genes carried the messages of these xenos across generations. Their language, however, bears a passing resemblance to some of the ancient samples already available to your scientists. They managed to make a crude translation of some of these records. They revealed that the Builders from the Flame were not originally colonizing the burning worlds. Their homeland was not a planet, but a star. It is hard to imagine what the creatures that evolved in the burning ocean of a faraway sun may have looked like, but one day their peaceful existence came to an end. The records contain a chilling legend about some cosmic horror that arrived and devoured the sun that the Builders called home. Actually, is the chat overlay working today? It does... Maybe? I think it is. Excellent. Anyway, they revealed through colonizing, fearing the monster, they fled and no longer dared to settle on stars. Got some ceramite plating. So the Builders considered burning worlds as the most fit for habitation, yet they went extinct shortly after the Exodus. Perhaps unable to adapt to the harsh realities of life outside their stellar home. Their civilization left a wealth of unique technologies and heat-resistant materials. Now this treasure belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. We got a bunch of stuff. Basically 3 things of cargo and a bunch of profit factor. Very nice. Let's go talk to these pirates. With the one language they can actually understand. Maybe I should turn the music up. Or not. St. Augustine, Audacity of Janus. Okay, no, there's a couple of them. Godsbane. Oh, that's a friend. But why is there only one? Okay. Anyway. Warp turn. Launch torpedo. Anyway, Argenta, if you would offer some torpedo control. And just take out ground battery.
Proceed accordingly.
Let's see what's up here. An arid world with some promethium. Alright. Out to the 100 Dreams crossroads. Get some more insights. Huh. Can accept a Mundus Valencius that way. Cool. Some enemies of humanity there. But first, planets. Some phlogiston. Gas giant. A decent amount of promethium there. Gonna get caught up with the enemies of humanity? No. Arid world, not much to speak of. And an ocean world. We'll take out these enemies of humanity. You're facing Chaos Worshippers. It seems their ships have been lying in wait here. Voxmaster reports an incoming transmission. Accept the messages. Okay. Today is the day you die, says the Chaos Worshipper. So, totally all they want is to give us free.
Mighty machine spirit, lend us a modicum of thy power.
Yes, there's a few of you. Okay. All hands on deck. Nice. Anyway, let's go take out the Chaos Raider. I should be able to do from here. Move about here. Here. Hit you and hit you. Cannon reload. Reload even more. And the other one, I did not need to use all those torpedoes, but that's fine. We'll do some good work on the cruiser. I think I got some fire on board. That's what it is. Let's see. Torpedoes going. Let's do a little bit of weak points on the murder cruiser. Grab a new heading. Hit it with the dorsal. There to use the Mars Pattern Pro battery. Launch torpedo. Let's go here. Oh, that lasts multiple rounds. Very nice. Doing some work there. Phew. You can actually get a hit in. And then you can immediately get a hit in. Done some good work on this. Let's get some more range.
Fade into nothing. A worthy deed.
Got some more. We got a better engine. Only 14 scrap to repair. Let's put a bomber's deck, see how that will work. Actually, no. 3 interceptors, so I can take advantage of the ability to put out a bunch at the same time. And up to the Pillars of Viridis. Acolytes of the Cult Mechanicus have reported a disturbing incident. All Vox systems on the middle decks started broadcasting otherworldly sounds, whistling a haunting melody. Strains of monstrous music drove people into a frenzied dance that could not be stopped. Several hours later, the Vox devices fell silent, the dancing crew members fell lifeless. The area was cleared, and bodies of the deceased were disposed of with the necessary precautions. Got our insight. And drop into the Pillars of Viridis. Harriox Rim Station. Oh, Inquisition Shipwreck. Yeah, why not? Oh wait, I still need to level people up. I think. No, I don't. Okay, that was something from earlier.
Anything worthy of my attention?
Standard shotgun. Medicaid. Soldiers were killed with shots in the back. It seems they were executed by their own comrades, who then used his last charge to blow out his own brains. Sentry's keycard. Okay, Abelard should be at the front. Everyone else behind him, I guess.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Cassie, or Argenta, if you
Duty
will.
prevails.
Knowledge is eternal.
There's a gaping hole in each corpse's head. They were brought out one at a time and shot from behind at point-blank range.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
So shall it be.
You hear that? That screaming? His screams are so loud. So loud. Please stop this torment. Why are you torturing us? Right here, wardens. Combat positions. Tell the bridge we have suspicious activity here. Get back, damn mutants. This is right. Can't translate this. What are you going to do to us? We want to live. Embrace the gift of decay. That was a thing.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
Let's see. Rotten brick of corpse starch. Prisoner's rations, judging from the lingering smell, it was dosed with sedative. Squalid berth, heavily soiled with blood and vomit. It's also equipped with straps that were used to bind its inhabitant to the bed whenever necessary. These people were not killed by weapons fire. Perhaps there was no ammunition left for them. Brutally butchered with knives and beaten with gun stocks. Yeah, I cruelly daubed on this wall, so as to track you as you move.
I have traveled far darker paths.
An asthmatic rasping can be heard coming from a broken vox, screeching cacophonous melody that sets your nerves on edge and scatters your thoughts. Embrace the gift of decay, they say. Small fish, eyeless and slimy, dart and wriggle about in the rank water. Rude scribblings make me perplexed. And some blasphemous script proved too impenetrable to decipher.
Let's
Over
proceed.
there.
Leaving the las gun. They want us to burn us all. Through the cocoon's translucent film, you can see the vague outlines of a decaying body. The ribcage has been broken open, and a heart still beats inside it. This place has been touched by Nurgle quite heavily.
The machine god grants me insight.
Readings indicate that the ship's reactor is still running, though perhaps not for long. This would explain why the ship's interior is still warm. See, after being shot, those poor wretches had their skulls caved in around the temple, as if to make doubly sure.
I better myself through my service.
Let's see, from time to time, tiny sparks of psychic energy burst out of the cocoon.
Operation successful.
Etiquettes, onslaught, stems, and other stuff. Seems to be it for this place. Unless there's more down... Oh, there's more down here. There's probably more there, too, but...
Light of terror, guide our way.
He exploded into demons! I suppose demon. So tangible psychic radiation is coming from the gurgling sludge. Perhaps it's the source of the vision that seized you. The tree is sprouted right out of a person. Its broken bones have formed the colors of branches. His cracked skull has merged with the trunk, and dried gore now coats the skin like bark in a thin layer. I'm failing these lore wolf rolls. No one will hurt us here. No
I
one will hurt you
wander
either.
through the stars. The Emperor favors me today.
The crates contain fragments of plate armor, rusted and covered in fungus. The lasguns, flamers, and shock weapons in the containers are covered in layers of whitish maggots and partially eaten away by acid corrosion.
I've read about this.
Voidsman's diary. After the last shift consolidation, they transferred me to the pariah barracks. Everything they say about these freaks is true. I don't know if they're raised this way or if they just or if they really don't have a soul, but just being near them makes me feel sick to my stomach. Cold, unfeeling, empty creatures pretending to be human. They beat and execute the passengers like it's nothing. A normal person is disgusted at the thought of having to at the thought of smashing a person's skull. Well, either that or they like it. But not then. But not them. They don't care one bit. If it's up to me, I'd toss them in the hold with the rest of the mutants, but the psyker tricks don't work on them at all. Very handy when you're traveling on a ship stuffed full of enraged psykers. I had to move one of those psykers from the communal hold to separate quarters. That traitorous piece of shit was encouraging the others to revolt, and our esteemed ship's confessor ordered us to give him a good hiding. We beat him for 2 hours or so, and by the end, my damned cough had gotten so bad it was unbearable. I'm worried I'll be called in to see the chirurgeon. If command finds out about the crack in my lungs, they'll toss me straight out the airlock. My only hope is my new augmetic. The guy who fitted it on Flacia Prima was strange. He gave me the creeps, and so did all his machinery. No doubt it was all illegal under the Imperium's laws, but I didn't have a choice. A wretched build rat of a voidsman would never rise high enough to have his aches and pains treated by someone from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm just going to hope that this clears up on its own. Stems and a knife. Fire grenades. Ah, but we need a key for that. I suspect we'll find one at some point. Lost contact with hold section. Have mercy on us. I don't want these blasphemous mutants take control of my ship. Broadcast this over all box channels. In the name of Inquisitor Utan Hor, all crew members are hereby ordered to take up arms and make up a total purge of the holds. I'm guessing that didn't work out. It's not as planned. Psyker on board must be destroyed. Cleanse every inch of this ship with fire. The Emperor protects.
Target selection ritual.
Hello.
Just a minor setback.
Oh, from the front and the back. Okay, Earliet. Go and get into some cover.
I move swiftly to strike.
Clear that your perfect spot. Let's see, they aren't that tough. I suppose what I should be doing is... Oh, they also have a corrupted turret on their side.
Ancestors guide me.
That would be a good thing to... Death Whisper on that guy. Which didn't work. Let's see, extra attack-y things. Let's say in my sights on the
If it
corrupted
serves
turret.
your cause.
Crowding in and back. Really crowding in, god damn. Man, Argenta's gonna have a field day.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Here's recital. Actually, since you're at the back.
Doubt is for the weak. Cleanse and purify.
Should get the Revel and Slaughter. For some more damage. And Concentrated Fire.
This is unacceptable. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Also just
As
go
the
and
Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Cassia. As it happens, no, first
If
let's
I
give
may.
Abelard a chance to
I
act.
am a navigator, not a servitor.
Defensive stance down. Taunting scream.
At your beck and call.
Everyone focusing on him.
Forth on Valencia!
I'm letting guard down.
I will
and
do
get
my
off
duty.
me.
One fewer target.
Doing some good work. And then the Cassie. Might be able to get a good angle from there to help clean things up a little.
Witness the fury of House Orselio.
Let's go ahead and have you use Finest Hour on
In the
Argento.
name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
So she can do some
You cannot
further
escape
cleanup.
their fate.
Get a nice reload in.
I'll do it.
Continue reveling in slaughter.
Faith without deeds is none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I love having her focus on flavors.
I'll do it.
That'll do.
What is a prayer?
And now we just need to worry about the...
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
other things. Let's see. Can't move.
Doubtest for you, my Emperor!
Start picking away at
I'll do it.
turret as best you can. Cassie's done. Abelard! I would appreciate you. Getting up
Tried and
there.
tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent.
Let's see,
Indeed.
Stance. Taunting scream.
It will be
strike.
done. I will do my duty. Gray hair, sure hand.
That's good stuff. And he is not on fire, so I can do a little inflame. Get up into partial cover.
Damages. Negligible.
Things go. Do the plasma recharge to finish off the turret.
Function successfully terminated.
Is combat. No loot for me. Corpse's flesh is crystallized and turned into a translucent sarcophagus, and sealed within is a slop of their putrefying organs. The walls of the lift shaft are coated in layers of putrefying goo, containing revolting growths. The bodies of people trapped within.
I have failed my kin.
And more Lord Warp figures. Yep, so we got some more in here. Let's
Do
go.
you dare to look me in the eye?
14, we got a Plague Bearer, Nox Walkers, an Occluding Sphere that I think I'm gonna need to blow up. Get Cassia up here, relative protected position. Should be able to knock some stuff out. Yeah. Abelard all the way back here. Start fixing some stuff up. Iliet, let's put you... I'm not sure where, I guess there. Let's see, Magenta, go up here. Scale here, and myself here. Let's get into things. After...
If only that were possible. Isn't this a job for the third painted black?
Oops.
I'm afraid not. Me?
Well,
If
let's
you insist, Lord Captain.
give Argenta
Isn't this a
turn
job
now.
for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Anyway. Yes, that's all she can do right now.
No,
Yes, she's done.
my
Abelard.
ears are ringing.
Let's go with
Victory
defensive
is imminent.
stance. Triple
Indeed.
strike. Step back and then charge in.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. An exemplary strike. It will be done. Grey hair, sure hand. At your beck and call.
Back. Argenta. Can go ahead and get there. Go up there.
Eradicated. I am
That makes for
his
sure.
will
Sure.
made manifest. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
Got a nice reload in.
Doubt is for the weak.
Not what I intended to do. Slaughter.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Do a little run and gun. You down there.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Nearly out.
I
gonna
understand
be-
your intent.
Up. Aim for opening
This
on the box.
tedium is beneath me. If I must, deal death with my hands.
cleanly eliminate him.
Ancestors guide me.
I am not your Xenos pet, Monty.
Take shots at the occluding sphere. Alright, that's my turn. Let's see. So a little bit of ammunition. So you can't really see that. Yeah, flame. Mark some targets where you can see them. Let's see. What I want is incinerate. And then do it again. Let's get up there. Buff up Abelard real quick. Pascal's turn. Well, how about you?
My vow is to serve.
Perfect spot. Have a weak point on.
Request approved.
Including sphere. Not sure how to hit it though.
Reading damage to bulk. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright, well,
Request
trying not to be a
approved.
priority target. So it's got a hemorrhage, exploits, target designator, inflame. Yep, got some more spawns. Alright, finest hour for Azathoul.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
No line of sight to target, huh? What if I get back there? That will do the trick. I'm not taking any damage. Oh. Whatever. Let's just keep burninating the countryside. Let's get them up poxwalkers. How to get vision on those guys though? Could be up here. Not quite. Well, I can't really do a firestorm. That's not burning it. Slaughter. Now it'll explode. And I should probably stop using my abilities there. Anyway, it's memory reality.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's definitely do that. Do anything over there?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, well, epilogue.
My place is at the fore.
Gotta start getting in there.
I will do my duty. Grey hair, sure hand. It will be
It's a
done.
stance. Yeah, that's your turn.
A tactically sound approach.
So, gentle. Well, I guess that you
I will endure.
can't do anything from there. No, you can actually.
I'll do
Nice.
it.
Let's do this properly still.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Shut.
Faith without
Concentrated
deeds
fire.
is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
And wildfire for.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Another. And reload. Nearly it. Still.
If
not
it serves you,
able to do anything
no
against the
weakness is
opponent's
hidden
sphere.
from my sight.
Don't you have to kill those guys? That might be why. Okay. I can't see anybody from any of these locations. Let's
Just designate
look
a
at there.
target.
Take out that possible
Hear you
prisoner.
moving, no more.
Can't do anything else. Nice. Alright, so first let's go ahead and do it. And let's see what guy. Can't see that guy. Yeah, let's go ahead and inflame. Okay, that's how you damage the occluding sphere. Let's go into sit right up there on the plague bearer. Can we make any more attacks? Not really. Let's get Fire Master anyway. And then Pascal, just kind of move up.
I've suffered worse.
Plague Claws.
Reduced to dust.
Alright.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Let's go with a turn.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
So,
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
light. Can't do much.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Endure.
At your
Defensive
beck and call.
stance. Reckless strike.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
I'm just going to
It will
shift
be
to get
done.
those guys' attention.
It's nothing. Guided by faith.
Bunch. Not quite. Just can't quite get an angle on the next prisoner.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Let's go to run and gun. This. That thing. Concentrate.
As the
fire.
Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Damn. I missed the prisoner. Anyway, just reveling in the slaughter.
I'll do it.
There it goes. Reloading. Here that can run up. See what she can see. Can she actually see anything? Just the occluding sphere. Some good work there. Well then, may I please actually get some line of sight on somebody. Oh man, I hit Abelard hard. Sorry, guy.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Hey, but we got stuff to. Sergeant at Arms seal. Carved seal belonging to a senior officer. Serves the key to the most important weapon stores. Let's see. The ship's log is encrypted, but the last entry was written in Gothic. I, Inquisitor Uton Hall, captain of the black ship Monarchia's Bane, write this record for the eyes of any faithful servant of the Emperor who may have a chance to read it. My vessel dutifully departed Terra to collect the Imperium's rightful tithes from its loyal worlds, and then to return to the Segmentum Solar with thousands of Psychers in our holds. Our mission was proceeding smoothly, but shortly after our warp jump, the incident occurred. The main confinement cell was the source of the insurrection. It was the holding cell of an especially dangerous passenger who possessed high psychic potential and was known to incite disobedience in others. I do not know how he was able to free himself, or how he summoned the forces of chaos to abet him. The psychic outburst spread rapidly across the entire vessel, sending other passengers into a frenzy and causing them to attack my acolytes. I've given the order for the passenger holds to be purged and activated the automatic intruder elimination systems, but I have no doubt that this measure will be unsuccessful. Not wishing to surrender the Monarchia's Bane into the hands of these deranged mutants, I have set course to obtain a nearby planet as a slight orbit as a nearby planet at a slight deviation. Sooner or later, the deviation will result in the ships drifting out of orbit and crashing into the planet's surface. Keep the faith and exterminate any mercy in your soul. And Guide for Voidsmen for dealing with Psychers. And Unholy Shard reduces all toxic damage suffered by the wearer by 50%. If they're heretical votary, they heal wounds based on their heretical rank each time they suffer toxic damage.
I walk the path less traveled.
It seems to be that. There's an option to go down. But first, let's go back and see what's in the weapon bunker. Inferno pistol. Ooh. And Tempestuous Carapace. Let's do deflection against ranged attacks. Don't I already have something like that on Abelard? It's even better, though. Oh, less deflection. Oh yeah, let's go and put you in the other carapace. As far as a Melta pistol, actually, I'm going to put that on Abelard because holy shit. It's like less damage than the knife, but it's also Melta. But the toxins. But Melta. I don't think anyone else can use it, actually. Except for you, but you are focused on plasma. So yeah, I guess I'll put the one Melta pistol we have found onto you. Although maybe a power maul would be better. That way you have a better chance of hitting at all. Toxic Knife also just has way better dodge reduction, base damage, and other stuff. But Inferno Pistol. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the knife. Alrighty. And then we head down. Ah, okay. So that's what I quote-unquote missed. Alright. Well, time to take a long shower and purge this crash site from orbit. Captain, this is Voxmaster Sigdus Suri Otto Solomon speaking. I hope your heroic expedition was a success. What will be your further instructions? The machine spirit of this vessel is dead and defiled. It should be sent to the Omnissiah in a proper nuclear funeral rite. Send out a boarding party. Let them destroy this unholy site. It will be done, Lord Captain. Boarding this party will be immediately dispatched to the provided coordinates. They'll be equipped with cutters so they can penetrate the ship's hull, get to the reactor, and initiate a cascading overload that will destroy the vessel. The losses incurred by the operation should be negligible. That was a good thing. Next. Parted World, Shattered World. The augurs have detected the remnants of an ancient mining ship that crashed on the planet. Looks like it was carrying equipment and settlers to a new mining site. Searching the ship might be useful, but it carries certain risks. But we passed the athletic check. The search team is able to retrieve the last surviving extractium from under the debris. They suffered no losses and returned to the ship triumphant. Yay! Harryox Rim Station. We welcome your lordship to Harryox Rim, our humble trading station. I'm Steward Pontius Lockton, here to offer our highborn guest only the finest wares and special ship modules. The helmsman's snort is heard over the internal Vox station. A trading station? Well, the other one. Everyone in the Expanse knows that this is a pirate den where they peddle the stolen plunder. But to be fair, they never touch the customers, which is probably why they're still alive. I wish to upgrade the vessel's weapons. Perhaps you might be interested in macro cannons, solid, robust, and in very, very good condition. You will crush any enemy with their power at your side. You have a deal. Giving us a Prometheum mortar. Oh, dorsal cannon. I require a more powerful engine. Look at this model. It's a worthy acquisition for your flagship. The spirit of this machine is obstinate but fast. Deal. A little slower, but better acceleration. Grants better avoid movement points when ramming. What rumors have been flying around lately? Same old, same old. Rampaging pirates, nefarious smugglers, Xenos preying on lone ships. The valiant Imperial Navy alone fights them all, and we thank the God Emperor that we can enjoy its protection. There's rumor about a lone Adeptus Mechanicus ship, an ancient hulk that is reported to appear in one system or the other, only to vanish the next day. Who knows why it broke away from the explorer fleet, or what secrets it may hold. But this is just a tall tale, unworthy of your lordship's ears. Anyway, let's get that new stuff equipped. So, let's see, better acceleration, more speed, but we have way more speed when we're ramming. I'll go for it. And I think I am going to replace... Let's get another mortar. More macro cannons! As good as God's Bane is. Alright, and off to that last war. It's jungle. Let's see. Plasteel, plasteel. On to the next and final system in this cluster. Do a little bit of surveying. Don't find anything. Oh, that's a thick, asteroid belt. Dead world. Some void ship remains. Lord Captain, the augurs cannot determine who the ship we approach belongs to, but the telemetry clearly reveals it is an Imperium vessel. The hull is badly damaged, but there is air in some of the chambers, which means they are hermetically sealed. What are your orders concerning the discovery? Send out the order to prepare my troops for boarding. I will personally take part in the exploratory investigation. Scenarius Maleficum, Agathis, Archides, extract from the unofficial news sheet window on the bridge, distributed on the middle decks. Reported by unknown. Note, the veracity of the recounted events is questionable. We who walk down the same passageways in the same bays day after day, we who are born, live, and die to the hum of the ship's machines, we forever hunger for the smallest glimpse of another life, for a chance to see the heroes who tirelessly fight for us and for the glory of the Imperium. So let's have a tale about the Lord Captain, by the will of the Emperor, the guardian and commander of every good and honest soul upon this void ship, and the time he boarded a vessel called the Fireborn. Like a dead whale cast ashore by the inexorable force of the swell, the wrecked vessel was a confronting sight for its unwitting visitors. Some bays still retained an atmosphere, but there was no life anywhere. The ship was dead, its machine spirits dissipated in the darkness of space. It was just the husk left, and the rope trader's crew were to become scavengers swarming the carcass of a fallen leviathan. Our Lord Captain oversaw the expedition personally. He decided to train the penetrating gaze of the augur rays on the damaged ship. The augur's keen eyes scanned the eerie vessel, identifying that the void ship was gravely damaged and was in the process of final erosion. There was very little time to explore. 3 sectors seemed the least damaged. The bridge, the middle crew deck, and the service bay. After exchanging a series of trills and warbles in their mysterious and ancient language, the tech priests responsible for the augurs reported to the Lord Captain that they had glimpsed signs of valuable components in operation in the service bay. The Lord Captain's next step was to turn his attention to the scout units awaiting instructions. The Lord Captain had to decide which of the 3 teams he would lead, and which 2 would be entrusted to their officers. Let here be known the names of these honest people who stood before our rogue trader in that moment. The taciturn and grave young Ho Son, whose word was firm as his handshake. Captain Vesti, whose jokes will be remembered by everyone on decks 3 to 5. And Captain Matina, the senior officer of the 3rd unit, known to many as Grey Matina. She had been leading units back when the current crop of scouts were snot-nosed kids. No one on deck was in any doubt that navigating inside the wrecked ship would be difficult. The units would be separated by kilometers of twisting metal and dead modules devoid of atmosphere, collapsed passageways, and hold breaches the size of a house. The only thing connecting the brave teams would be the delicate thread of a Vox link. After weighing up the options, the Lord chose to go with Grey Matina and her people as target. That was the surface bay. From here on, we will relate the events based on what we learned from witnesses. The people who accompanied the Lord Captain on the tour of the dread ship. The shuttles started up one after another and dispersed, each heading for its selected target. An hour spent on cutting through the hole in the freezing vacuum of space, a fussy boarding, and then, finally, the rogue trader stepped onto the cold, dark deck of the dead ship. The light of the torches revealed the sign in the gloom, Fireborn. After a minute-long exchange with the Vox Master, who quickly checked the archives, it was established that the dead vessel was that of Captain Nova Van Dane, registered at Kiavagama Port. Grey Matina said a prayer appropriate to the situation, and she looked expectantly at the Lord Captain, waiting for orders. Let's see. Knowing the typical layout of the service bays, the Lord Captain directed the scouts to where the valuable components would be found. After examining the service bay and something the augers, I guess it doesn't really matter. So let's say we know the typical layout. Lord Captain's assessment proved to be correct. After a thorough search, as all searches conducted by Grey Matina were, scouts found the undamaged components and marked them for later dismantling. Sound crackled from the Vox speakers, and a light on the casing switched on, signaling a message coming in on the first unit's frequency. Commander Young Ho San calmly reported that his unit was making satisfactory progress towards the ship's bridge. This was followed by a message from the second unit, which was on the crew deck. The Vox speakers crackled, preparing to connect to the unit's commander, Captain Vesti. The words that came through sounded muffled, as though the person on the other end wasn't speaking directly onto the Vox, but accidentally pressed the transmit button while occupied with something else. Never seen anything like this. It's beautiful. Hold on, wait, is it moving? The pale-faced Captain Matina barked out a stream of orders, telling units to close ranks around the rogue trader and prepare for trouble. And then the yelling from the Vox turned to laughter. "I got you, old girl," boomed a voice from the speaker that belonged to Captain Vesti, the commander of the unit exploring the middle deck. "Don't panic. We're all good here. Not a thing to report. I hope where you are is just as uneventful." White with anger, Matina turned to the rogue trader. "Captain Vesti has a unique sense of humor. I strongly suggest that your lordship take him in hand." The Lord Captain diffused the conflict brewing between the two commanders and requested a report from Captain Vesti on his unit's progress. Captain Vesti reported that his unit's foray had so far proceeded without incident, mystical or otherwise. They had found no survivors from the ship's crew, or bodies for that matter. However, the unit had encountered a problem. The passage leading to the next section with the arsenal and storage depots was seriously damaged, especially the power cables. Pursuing further could be dangerous. Logic 100%. After consulting his officers, the Lord Captain issued new orders to Captain Vesti's units. Vesti's unit headed off to carry out their orders, and while the rogue trader and his team continued on, fortune smiled on the unit this time. Grey Matina, having trusted her instinct and experience, chose to return to the shuttle via an alternate route. In one of the branching passageways, the team discovered a modest but untouched trove of cargo from Kavagana. The voice of Young Ho's son reached the Lord Captain's ears once again. The first unit's captain soberly reported that his people were proceeding to the bridge. The ensuing deathly silence alerted the Lord Captain that something was wrong. Following the gazes of his team, he saw that the unit's dispatcher, who was carrying the large Vox caster with the antenna and transmitter, was lagging far behind the group. The transmission indicator was dark. There were no incoming messages. If there had been, Son's voice couldn't have sounded so close, as if the dispatcher or Son himself were standing right next to the rogue trader. "Son here, you one proceeding to the bridge," said the voice again. Now it seemed to be coming from all sides, drawing in from the left and the right, and from under the deck, and even from somewhere among the massive cables up ahead. The Lord Captain tried to build a dam against the fear, drawing upon logic and his knowledge of the monstrous apparitions of chaos. The Lord Captain managed to not only maintain his self-control, but also keep the terrified unit from veering into outright panic. Led by the rogue trader, the scouts hurriedly retreated to the shuttle, pursued by their comrade's disembodied voice, which continued to repeat the same brief message. After returning to the shuttle, Azathoul received reports about Fireborn's status. The tech priests, who relentlessly pierced their wreckage with the auger's gaze, insisted on curtailing the operation as soon as possible, fearing imminent destruction. There were also reports from the other two units. The second unit had succeeded in moving through the danger zone and had returned to the ship with a valuable payload taken from the ship's stores. Augers in the Vox system proved equally useless. The first unit, which had been exploring the bridge, had vanished without a trace, almost as if the dead ship had swallowed them whole. Scouts and their commander, Young Ho Son, had simply disappeared, joining the thousands of crew members lost aboard the Fireborn. Let's see, the units assembled at the shuttles, and the Lord Captain gave the final order of this grim expedition, with service for the fallen scouts. Led by Sister Argenta, scouts built the funeral pyres. Old metal barrels and small shipping containers served as temple braziers. Seeing the wavering but warm light illuminating their faces, the scouts listened as the sisters sang a prayer for the departed. Little by little, the listeners' terrified, weary gazes brightened. As they heard the sisters' words, understanding dawned on the survivors. Death dogged the footsteps of everyone, but there is a destiny higher than death. They should always remember that, and this is the reason to keep going. Time was up. The scouting party returned to the ship, with one last look at the Fireborn, the rope trader. Let's see, gave order to fire upon the dead vessel at range, from that which was born in fire should also perish in fire. And back to our surveys. Now there's a Hulk as well. For a second there, I thought there wasn't going to be anything valuable here. There is a few worlds there, some provisions, but I have 25. That's fine. The rings. The giant rings on this planet's surface can be observed even from orbit. Examine them. It has emerged that this planet has a native species of giant insects similar to Terran ants. Just like ants, they sometimes form so-called death spirals, in which one creature follows another without realizing they're going in circles. These were the rings discovered by the ship's observers, a strange phenomenon that was originally suspected to be a sign of warp activity, or a nefarious Xenos structure turned out to be a quirk of nature, and a tragic one at that. And then on to the Hulk. Augers have detected... Okay. Well, that's it for this cluster. Off we go. Demonic eyes have materialized and begun to slither across the walls of crew quarter 49. The burning orbs swelled like bubbles of fetid swamp gas, only in secluded places at first, later appearing in plain sight. Everyone subject to their glare started experiencing headaches and spells of self-flagellation. After one of the officers peeled off a portion of his own skin to fashion a makeshift eyelid for one of the fiendish orbs, the section was quarantined since neither fire nor other munitions could prevent more eyes from sprouting up on the ship. The vessel was cleansed only by escaping from the clutches of the Sea of Souls. By the Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. And off to Adamati. Wait, did I not drop into Orselio Prophecy? I could have sworn I had. No, I did. Huh? Oh, I might have been just misreading. What? I don't know. Anyway, a trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator's sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there's a vast shadow following the voyage ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered. An unidentified leviathan had emerged from the roiling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship, and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Trust to the Navigator's talent. The ship's navigator engaged the warp monster in invisible combat by giving orders from the Sanctum Navis. By following the Astromechan's guiding light and struggling against the mighty alien will at the same time, the guide managed to pry the void vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp and execute an emergency translation to warp space, or to real space, with minimal losses among the crew and new insights into the nature of warp entities. Nice. Do a little bit more charting. Yeah, already been up there. I'm tempted to wander out to Porta Serpentum. Might as well. It's taking us forever to get to Kiavago. Recolor's plot. I wonder what that's about. Shattered world of some adamantine. A ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the rogue trader's void ship approaches, the Boxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony of the Imperium's subjects have made their home in the bowels of the ship. They welcome Lord Captain. Let's visit. Let's see what's up. Welcome, your lordiness. Please, please, come right in. Our chief shall greet you. And you nitwits, quick, gawk and get to work.
Executing request.
As it should.
Do these monkey truly spend their brief lives digging through refuse? Why do they not choose another path? Find another self?
These people are humble at heart and diligent in their work, as all true children of the Imperium ought to be.
Anyway, the plate reads, Leithanos Pride. The name Leithanos surfaces in your mind. The history of a family from the Corona's expanse who invested all they had in a family ship. The ship perished in the warp on its maiden voyage. The Leithano line never recovered from this crushing blow. There are more goods to loot.
Your species is aware of mutilated forms of the oversized wisdom. Does anamorphic Ursat's veneration of the Deus Mechanicus exist in your culture?
We venerated Vol, the smith and craftsman, but he is nothing like your ugly deity. He has never sought to replace our souls with wraithbone sculptures.
They're all named Recoliger because this is... Oh, check out the visitors over here. Must be something big. See, the working area with fragments of the ship are dismantled in search for scraps of valuable metal and parts. A dump site of cut pieces of metal and other materials. We're clearing out a path deeper into the ship. Suppose this will be the chief. Tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, and then says simply, Your lordship, please excuse me. I don't really know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you, and with us. My name's Retta Maximova. I'm in charge here. What is this place? We call ourselves Retta's crew, and this place is Retta's camp. That's it. We're Recoligers, scavengers in common terms. She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there is dignity in her voice, the kind with which one would announce their affiliation with a respected guild or family. Tossing a glance at Pascal, she grimly adds, And our work is all legal, even though your brethren have no liking for us. Pascal stares dispassionately at Retta with a hint of disgust. Evidently, he has not even discovered or considered the possibility that replying to this creature's words could be anything other than heresy. So, what do you do here? Right now, we're getting this old heap of junk. Slowly but surely. That's Recoliger's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or an ancient battlefield, and we just sit there for years on end. We look for working tech or valuable materials or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to passing ships. Not the easiest job out there. These wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers. But, and I swear it on my plasma torch, it's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead. But we do find working pieces now and again. I spent 2 whole months clearing out this shaft we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually. And we found this thing. A bit weird looking, but still functional. Retta's expression brightens a little. Perhaps your lordship would buy this component from us? I'll bet that big ship you've got could get plenty use out of it. Pascal's vox crackles to life imperiously. He tells her, Present the object, lay woman, but curiosity creeps into his voice nonetheless. I'll buy the component. Well, isn't this something? The Emperor himself must have smiled upon us. Retta makes a triumphant gesture. I mean, thank you, your lordship. You'll be pleased with the results. getting us some stuff. And a pile of experience, too. Your mood visibly improves. You know, your lordship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this, but over in that corner there, we keep things we don't rightly understand or can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful. You got your own ship? No, not even close. A luxury like that. You count the Recalligers who got their own ship on one hand. An old worker's hand that got sucked into machinery 3 times and slashed by a plasma cutter twice. We fly with whoever, mostly just taking our chances. Sometimes we hitch a ride on the promise that we'll pay with what we find later. Other times we find some other means. Risky business, obviously. 5 or so years back, a crew got dropped off at an abandoned station, but something wasn't right with the life support systems. The ship came back to pick them up 2 years later and found nothing but bodies. And about 15 years ago, back when I had my first little one, a ship took 3 crews to locations and ran into pirates on the way back. The ships go out on expeditions for years at a time, so it was ages before anyone realized they were missing, and it was even longer before they remembered the scavengers. Plus, it took some time to find a ship that could check on them and pick them up. Long story short, all through 3 crews had bought it. Yep. Can you tell me anything about this wreck? Not so much. We're no eggheads, you know. We're manual labor. It's an ancient thing, pretty dangerous, and we don't really know much beyond that. Before we came here, some tech priests had done their own bit of cutting. I mean ritualing, bowing to the spirits and all that. That lot don't tend to leave a whole lot of valuables behind, it's true. But it's way too scary to go in before them. And hey, we dragged a dozen of their broken servitors out of the mines after. Carcasses smell awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a servitor and sell them. It doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself is barely holding together. You got a couple of modules from here, and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing that a broken reactor might cook you alive, or a whole module might depressurize. Well, it's nothing we haven't handled before, so we're having a poke at it. But we don't have a clue what this ship is, or who it belongs to. You take pride in your trade, I see. Sure do. It takes skill and luck and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day crawling on top of these old buckets. If something goes wrong, we die, by the scores sometimes. One moment we're there, the next we're gone. Kind of like worker ants. But you know what, your lordship? Our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly and don't take it as insolence, but some people, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp someday and doesn't hop out in time. Hop out of it in time. And around 3,000 years later, another gal like myself who needs to feed her 3 ankle biters somehow will be rifling through its remains, looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes. But the way the world works, it stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. You are amusing, little monkey. Your life is shorter than a moth's, and you spend it digging around the carcass of a dead, malevolent metal. But you speak of eternity and the stars. I like it. It's like seeing starlight reflected in a puddle. You know what? I'm just gonna say, there's something to your philosophy. That's what my gramps taught me. He was a recalliger and a foreman, too. He had some fancy schmancy thoughts in his head, in that head of his, but he lived to a ripe old age with them, and in our line of work, which means those thoughts weren't all bad. I can take you from this place. It's not safe here, and sooner or later it'll drift someplace so remote nobody will ever find you again. But this is our whole livelihood, your lordship. You take us from here, and what are we going to do? Sit in some hold, slaving away? Here, we've got our own colony, our own operation. No, this is our path, and we won't stray from it. I see. Your lordship, Retta falters, as if flustered by her own nerve. Please do not take this as insolence. It's not like I have much choice. It's not often that we get well-stocked ships around here. We could certainly use more provisions, some warm clothes. If it's something we'd be willing to provide, we would gladly barter for it, whatever we can dig up inside the ship. It's just a respectful offer of fair trade. She bowed slightly before stepping aside. Yeah, sure. Oh, locked container?
I did it?
A damaged safe. The contents of a similar safe are destroyed when hacking is attempted. We'll need a key. So thing is propped against the door from inside. You can hear the piercing sound of a saw and other tools coming from behind it.
My success was
Nothing but
inevitable.
cheap scrap metal.
A trivial task.
Among the wreckage was an instruction manual for the duty officer on how to access the saves. Obtain the
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
jump save materials. I guess that's all I needed to do to... Small collection of valuables, fine. It's carefully sorted and packed. Simple machinery and tools, but well worn. Or worn, but well maintained.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Agitator broke. Make out depictions of the Emperor.
Choose your own path.
Little shrine. Apparatus gurgles and emits a strong smell of alcohol. Not of the industrial variety. Can I access the safe now? Need a key. Connect to this cogitator then.
The machine god grants me insight.
This what?
Operation
I need to
successful.
find the answers.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine god
Cogitator.
grants
Find the
me
code for the
insight.
safe. And now we can get to the safe. Getting us the fractal blade. I think that's it for this. So, you'll exchange resources? Color.
Onward!
Maybe it's something I have to do from the ship. Let's see, officer. That's it, lights keep flickering in the bows of the dead ship as the recallers go through their usual tasks. Rita sends you her best regards and asks what the colony can do for the rogue trader. Offer the necessary clothes. Rita thanks you for the generosity and sends back a cargo shuttle loaded with dismantled vessel components. It'll be a while before the colony requires another shipment. Their needs are satisfied for now, and regardless, the recallers need time to extract new components. Dispatch the supply shuttle to the recallers with provisions. But they refuse the shipment because their needs are met for the time being. This recaller's plot isn't like a plot of land. Oh, nice pile of promethium. Do I need a lot of promethium? Plasteel is actually what I'm lowest on. Some bizarre ruins. The bizarre structures observed from orbit appears to be the ruined state of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals the remains of an envirodome, a landing pad, the main manor, and servants' quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened here. The search team found something truly disturbing in the main hall, an opulently clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. Search through their remains for anything valuable. Scout team returns with some expensive weapons taken from the skeleton. After finishing the report, they hurry away, whispering prayers. An assault lasgun. Every hit reduces deflection by 1, stacking up to 3 times. My god. Who would have put that on? I could put it on myself. You got the deadly repeater. Oh. It's not really going to do good with Argenta. Clearly it can't even use it. Actually, I could give her the Fractal Blade. More armor penetration and a good parry bonus. It'd be really funny to put it on Pascal. Maybe as a backup for... Yeah, let's use it as backup for Cassia. And just Blasteel. Not enough to be worth using Extractium. Anyway, a Vox notification from the Augur crew drowns out the usual noise at the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. As you consider your course of action, the ship's captain contacts you first, introducing himself as the Pilgrim. The captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Why do you call yourself the Pilgrim? The captain admits he has not always done the right thing in his life, but he once beheld the blessing of the Emperor himself and has followed a special path of service to him ever since. That is the path he now treads as the Pilgrim. Why do you need the phlogiston? Captain's coarse laughter echoes forth from the Vox. Phlogiston is a part and parcel of many different aspects of life in the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All the Pilgrim promises is that the phlogiston will be used for the good of humanity. Gyrum immediately remarks that someone without a name is not to be trusted. Deals with such people do not tend to end well. If she were you, she would first find out his secrets and then scrupulously remove him from the equation. Pascal becomes visibly animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though indifferent to the prospect of a deal with the shadowy individual, the Magos nonetheless recommends you find out more about phlogiston deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Howdy, Matthew? How do? I do hope that you are not spontaneously combusting. That would be highly inconvenient for you. Anyway, and Sister Argenta sincerely believes the words of the Pilgrim. A cowl or a golden aquila are no prerequisites for being his true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there is nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. Ask what you will receive in return. The Pilgrim has been exploring the Coronis Expanse for years and knows many of its secrets. He promises to let you in on intriguing rumors that may be of interest to someone with your skills and capabilities. Tell him that's not enough. Looks like the captain of the Dark Piercer is unsurprised by your reaction. He's willing to pay in gold and securities for any information on phlogiston. Very well. The captain of the Dark Piercer is in the best of spirits. In gratitude for your invaluable help, he sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain imperial world lost many centuries ago. Then, in a somewhat conspiratorial tone, the Pilgrim relates a story about a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates for the crash site of one of the Xenos ships. However, the Pilgrim knows for a fact the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. Let me say farewell. I wonder if Portia Septentum, yes, has anything to do with that. Chart some new routes. No connections, but we still get the insight we need. There's another work gate. Some enemies of humanity. Just more ship combat. Get repair going. Wait. Did I get the thing equipped? Yes, I did. Prometheum mortar. We also got piles of torpedoes and other fun. Let's go have some fun.
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks. The void shield falters. Brace for impact.
Cheeky buggers. Oh, this is chaos. Why is that bastard's chaos? Well. Let's see. Aha! That's how you do it. What's some Fury Interceptors then? Anyway, just gonna go for the new heading. Head off this way. Hit with micro cannon battery. Hopefully, don't destroy our own intercept. Never mind. Let's get a bit more range. Never mind. They will port micro cannon batteries. Do a little reload. Hit with the Prometheum mortar. Are you sure you want to be that close to me? Because I can just destroy you outright. Where's the other one? Right there. Won't be able to reach you in the immediate. Let's get the vulnerability scan going. And launch a Fury Interceptor. Second set of Furies out. Strafe off to this side. and then have a little fun.
Strike them! Now!
Nope. Man, interceptors were great. Okay, let's try to get a cleaner turning radius. Still. Avoid the warp rift. Not quite in range. Straight into the rift. It's hanging on by a thread.
The dark void will erase their colors.
Let's see. Galleon ceramic plating. Is roundly inferior to what I have already. But I will take the opportunity to upgrade the ship. Certified restart. Restart shields. No, only inflicts a speed penalty and no firing range penalty. Extra flight control cogitators allows the void ship to control one extra ring of attack craft types. Yes. And silent running 2. Components. Let's go ahead and repair. Do a little bit of scanning. Tiny little about of plasteel. We got another warp gate. Oh, it's a warp gate. That's going to be more chaos fun. Let's see. By their arduous labor, an unbreakable spirit to his faithful servants fill hundreds of Imperial worlds. Their entire lives are an example of service to humanity. And with that, break time. I need some food. Still got water. Leave that on. Hope you stay awake. But I have actually slept pretty well today. Not perfectly, mind you. But hey, I'm back. Look at that warp gate. Lord Captain, we are passing by a construct marked on the star charts as a dimensional gate. Our augurs are not showing any suspicious energy readings. The device is dormant, thank the Emperor. What is this gate? An ancient Xenos artifact, older than humanity itself. Judging by its design, this is a gate leading somewhere. Probably straight into the wicked abyss of the warp, considering all the nasty shit that used to roam around here. Many captains, Earl Lady Ship Theodora included, have tried to reveal its secrets. It seems that no one can figure out how it works. Good for them, if you ask me. What was Theodora interested in? Her ladyship didn't exactly share her plans with us, always kept them close to her chest, but I'll go out on a limb and say she was searching for a way to open the gate and see what's on the other side. The Cognizance fleet conducted its own analysis of the Xeno artifact. All records of the expedition to the site were added to the exploration catalog. Nasty in what way, exactly? I don't want to repeat the rumors, and I don't know the truth, but it was bad. There was word of ships and even whole trade convoys disappearing. Captains started avoiding the system, until eventually the Lord Inquisitor came here and made short work of it. Hasn't been much in the way of rumors ever since, actually. The Inquisition made sure voidsmen kept their mouths shut. Whatever the gate used to spew out must have been profane and a danger to humanity. Report received. I wish to study the construct. Lord Captain, I would advise against approaching the gate. The Inquisition has declared the entire area around it off limits, packed up with mines. Our augurs won't be able to detect them, but we ignore it. I have a feeling that this is going to become important. So, Lady Theodore involved. You have the option to study it, but not really. Anyway. Down to Edermat. And down to Tenebris Aquay. Nothing happened. Chart new routes. Yes, we can finally start making progress towards Kranich. But first, let's see if we can help some elves. Space elves. And some food for me. There's a space map. Found the battles unfolding before the rotator's eyes. Patrol ships from the Corda fleet are tearing apart two small Eldari vessels. As they're finished with them, the Void ships give chase after the third, already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Irlet calls out to Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre. Send a message to Incendia Chorda's fleet, ordering them to stop the battle. Foxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle. Soon returns with a reply. According to the Chorda's ships, the group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They're guilty of raiding the system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Incendia Chorda's Void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Irlet sullenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished, except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs lack the firepower to do so. One care lying. Analyze the intact Xeno ship. Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xeno ship is more likely meant for transporting cargo, with the Xenos themselves rather than direct combat. Ask Chorda's patrol for proof of the Xenos' transgressions. Let's see there. Patrol captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. The system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing, for his servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity. Demand her warships stop, ceasefire immediately, and retreat. Unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of a foreign dynasty, the patrol reluctantly leaves its prey and retreats to the edge of the system. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenos ship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more the xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens. Elliot. The Eldari are too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the recent deaths of their kin to answer incoming hails. Despite this, Elliot is certain she can convince them to cooperate with the Antak if she is allowed to speak with them. Well, give it a try. Elliot appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain of loss fills the Eldari hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of the children of Osirian. Now they offer aid? Worse, they offer aid through the mouth of their captive sister. No, the Eldari will not fall for this trick. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the next Monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain, and for the eyes of 100 officers, the Xenos flashes a fiery light blue through the stained glass windows as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system. The bridge officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today, the Expanse is cleansed of more filth, the enemies of humanity. What is this, if not his providence? And only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain on Elliot's soul is numbed, she turns to Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for their attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Some time after, Elliot comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Alantok still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, as she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Poor girl. Anyway, more surveys. Oh, this planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror, laying upright in the center of a huge crater. It's a completely ordinary mirror in a frame, by all appearances. It's in pristine condition. Destroy it immediately. The crew blasts the crater, raising a cloud of dust that blocks the auger array, confirming the mirror's destruction is impossible for the time being. It could not have survived such a powerful explosion. Definitely not. Because... Fuck no, not dealing with any Zinch bullshit. A vigilant member of the auger crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no sign of being crewed. Send out a boarding vessel. Corrosion. Civilian refugees from Cruderek. This mining world has been catalogued as normal. No rare or valuable deposits have been detected. Planetoid with a little bit of plasteel. Let's see what's up with these unknown ships. Chaos. They do seem a bit more frequent in this part of the Expanse.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel and its hollowed guns.
Central, Talon, Syrinx. Oh no, Dark Eldar. One off to the side. Anyway, time for Volume of Fire. absolutely blast you. Mess up your heading. Pop out a couple of Fury interceptors. Do a little strafe. Vulnerability scan just to make sure it sticks. Nice. That's best I can do is launch some more interceptors. I don't think that destroyer is going to last too long. Especially since I'm able to get up in there. Then do a little warp shenanigans. Yes. I need to help Kranich. Make the route safe. While traveling through the Imperium, some stuff happens. Nothing lasting. Try new routes. And finally, get to Kiavagama. Time for stuff to happen. It's like, what this? Actual plot progress? Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiavagama, the main industrial world of the Von Valencia's dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprek have been unsuccessful. But wait, the Boxmaster is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiavagama is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept? Reply with your own request. As you command, Lord Captain. The Boxmaster switches to a nearby comm channel. Relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Lord Captain reporting. The Manufactorum is ignoring all our requests and continuing to send its own. The longer we do not accept their message, the stronger and more persistent the incoming signals become. I've never seen anything like this. Suddenly a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binary code from like the low chuckles of machinery. Lord Captain! Interference detected in the compartment's Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the void ship. The void ship's bridge. Sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by near-splitting beeping sound. followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and the emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of voxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation. Let's decipher the incoming Vox transmissions at all costs. Proceed. A team of decryption experts get to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console. Another is writing something on a piece of parchment, and then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who was mid-prayer tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. A portion of the picked recording damage after contact with the unknown object. The enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he rushes to help the crew, shouting out orders. The image on the pict is fuzzy. Nothing but glimpses of people shouting the racket and the Lord Captain's orders. Within minutes, the crazed crew members are either dead or bound and unconscious. The officers clustered around the Lord Captain are barely breathing, but unharmed. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer who has turned the Lord Captain from his station. We've been hacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint. And it's now running through the ship's veins. Oh, Messiah, preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. The atrium leading to the bridge is a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop, the pipe so. Over the officer's heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the captain. His body is slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. Servo Skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over. The Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The road trader gives the order to evacuate immediately. The road trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters! Get the wounded to the exit! The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the road trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The road trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the road trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with air. Then he straightens, smooths his uniform, and heads towards a goal known only to him. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter around in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumens. Curt orders and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains. And on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his pores. Lord Captain decides to take his chances restoring the terminal. Techie's test succeeded. The road trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he is confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up to now, when the machine went out of control and started turning people insane. Others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. The Lord Captain knows where the help is needed. He decides to send officers to the compartment where the situation is most critical. The road traders contact several officers via the Vox terminal and orders them to deal with the most critical situation on the ship at once. Return to the bridge. Lord Captain! The Voxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. I have bad news, Lord Captain. The panic, or perhaps the pernicious influence of the power that reached the crew via the Foxes, riled up the unlettered rabble, driving them into a paranoid frenzy. For some reason, they decided the omnisized adepts were to blame and slaughtered everyone they could reach. Devoid of help and protection, the maintenance bay crew suffered tremendous losses. Thanks to the efforts of senior officers, we did manage to get the situation under control. Losses on the decks are minimal, and the number of casualties do not exceed 2,000 souls. Kiavagama went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I'll refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we've exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or sending an away party to the planet's surface. Oh yeah, we need Heinrichs there, don't we? The Vox clicks as Heinrichs joins the channel. The time has come to remind you about our agreement, as I must be present in your entourage during our expedition to Kiavagama. I'm counting on your cooperation. Crew's awaiting your instructions. Well then, might as well get him leveled up. Strength, I think. Maybe agility. Yeah, as well. What was I focusing you on, if anything? Secondary Lower Imperium might be nice. Let's go for coercion. And gains extra turn, twice the number of their normal MP and 3 AP, but the body is subject to severe stress, making them suffer 5% of their maximum wounds damage at the end of each turn until the end of combat. Each action the target makes during this turn will also trigger this damage. Let's grab Purge Soul. Psi rating +1 until the end of combat. Each time someone uses a heroic act. Acute pain. First tick of your dot damage doubled. Now to be expert. Medicaid instead of toughness, 35 versus 40. Sure, you're in melee anyway. Strength, yeah. And more Medicaid, go with that. So they should probably replace that with Medicaid as well. And Battle of Attrition. Yes. Ancient Force Sword. Oh, you can use a Melta. Very short range, though. Pistols. Needle pistol. Sanctified Staff with Emperor's Wrath. Sure, let's get you that in the offhand. Power Sword. No, you want to use Force Swords. Where's that Melta pistol? There it is. Inferno pistol. Only range 4. Soul Siphon is another way to reduce veil degradation. Armor. getting you more touch. Efficient armored body glove, I think, is the best light armor we got. Your agility is 40 or more, so you do get extra dodge from the Sin skin. Hard to say how much we're going to be facing human enemies, but that also has slightly better armor than what you already got. That's this. More movement points, less warp damage, more weapon skill and strength, more lower Imperium, immune to the other stuff. Agility and athletics. So you're not really using pistols, that doesn't matter. Don't want that. More carouse. Don't be using any heretical stuff. What's the Anatomist Amulet compared to what I have? Willpower and a little bit of Fellowship. I might actually go for the Anatomist thing, just to increase the amount of burning I'm doing. Deals warp damage, damage character also suffers burning, increased by veil degradation. But I don't want to replace that on you. Yeah. Wait, do you deal warp damage? Let's see, info, warp damage, it's armored by any kind of exposure to the energies of the warp. Let's see, coercion, incoming melee damage is reduced. Logic, dynamic follower. Let's go for the self-calibrating goggles. Successful single attacks inflict stun on the enemy for 1 round if the target fails willpower resistance test. Don't have anything to fill that other slot with. So something else I could do is give you the ergo boots. You'll be able to move as far, even though you may want to. You got more agility. Probably have you in place of... No, I want Pascal down there, since it's Industrial World. I guess I'll have you in place of Irliet. Anyway, gruesome kill. When prey is killed, all enemies that are 10 radius have their agility reduced by so much for 2 rounds. Heightened concentration. Go for Body of Flames. So I can walk through the fire. Not much better. Do punish the impudent. Or attack of opportunity. Ooh. Whenever the Arch-Militant or their ally uses a heroic act or desperate measure, the Arch-Militant gains +1 and +10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. Yes. Let's get you a little bit of, what's it, perception? Yes. Cassia, you have open the warp now. Pascal, I want you around, even though you aren't that useful. We gave you heavy armor proficiency. Heavy weapon proficiency. Now let's get you scanner and mechadendrites. A little bit of weapon skill, probably. Might as well. And now we poke about some planets. Let's see what's up. Nothing of value. See, this dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valencia's protectorate charts as Atli. It serves as a backup source of water for the habitable planets of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atli hydrosphere, the extraction device was stopped half a century ago. But much to your officer's surprise, the August detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron, and other materials. So a scouting party. Attracting him turns out to be Incendia Chorda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps of the Granic system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valencius dynasty, your officers see this as a gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue traders. Leniency. Destroy it, graciously allow it to feed off crumbs unworthy of the Von Valencius dynasty's attention. Magos Pascal notes the unusual composition of Atli's core. Subsequent development will allow extraction of rare refractory metals. Heeding his advice, the rogue trader decides to keep the extractium for himself. Your people easily assume control as frightened workers. The token security crew do not even attempt to resist. The extractium's machines are restarted shortly after. The amassed containers filled with precious ore are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold. Getting us a little bit of plastic. Might as well. Get some unknown ships around Kavaga. Probably more chaos bastards.
will hold strong.
Actually, there's a number of them. Destroyers and a couple of raiders. Alright. Let's try to head them off then. Interceptors, we'll deal with those two. Yeah, that wasn't worthwhile. Nor was that. Let's do shorts. Anyway. What about these guys? Pop the destroyer. So no reload, so we can do. Let's get some shots over there. So, interceptors go over here. There's a las cannon. Alright, cool. Interceptors should be able to deal with the rest. Let's get a little bit of new heading going. So we get some more stuff going. water off out there. These interceptors are great. Yeah, it's going to finish off the Raider. Finish off the Raider. Start moving in on the last one. Let's mark it for vulnerability. Just returning home. Well, just a little twist there. Good shit. Get a little bit closer, huh? There we go. That's combat. Assault scanners. Better critical hit chance. Worse hit chance. Down to the manufactorum of Kiavagama. Dropping Earliet for Pascal. Having to pick up Heinrichs. Hendrix frowns as his eyes sweep over the manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with the Magi. I fear we are too late. We won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. But Herrick arias of alarm stream out of Pascal's vox synthesizer. In their neurotic broken rhythm, he sends a call to arms and a warning of danger. Remind me, what is your mission on Capcom? It's been a few streams. I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the Cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiavagama indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world. What specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. Alex pauses, straining to hear something. If, that is, there's anyone here left here to speak. Cool. Any suggestions on how to proceed? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader does not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate, but keep your weapons at the ready. We'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's go. He nods and we head out into the cold. Skill, pick
My
that lock.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
Here. Some corrupted servitors. Multi-key. Servitors before you appear as if they're performing some elaborate and confusing dance, striking strange poses that rock back and forth with their arms bent at peculiar angles. Upon your approach, one of the servitors jerks and tries to turn your direction. The rest immediately repeat the emotion. Strange scene is complemented by a grating sound. Dull clicks just at the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Observe the servitor closest to you. Based on the cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, or possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their body greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor's hand moves, slowly reaching towards you. Avoid its touch. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying to blindly touch you in the space that you have already left. It stills once more. It seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surroundings. Find the source of the repeating clicks. Soon after, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor. It's growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissue are blocked. That's the reason for the persistent clicking. Mutation in a servitor. Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissues for the constructs. Something has caused this aggressive growth quite recently. Cut away the tumor, forming on the spinal cogitator. Without much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh from the mechanisms. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, then a spark flashes before your eyes, and something begins to hum deep inside the servitor's flesh. As if on cue, the servitors stop moving, lower their arms, and turn to you. Crew 24, second line of the manufactorum. Commencing work, state your request. Servitor is addressing you, is looking past you, and the voice is coming from a vox built into its throat. Follow your default programming? I guess we have some help then. Before you is an ancient but wholly typical console, intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries of ministering into machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its telltale casing. From its metallic casing, a telltale sign that the machine is working. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored in the cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping precious metals, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed over the machines coming off the production line. The manufactorum once operated like one gargantuan, well-oiled mechanism. The last record is from 2 months ago. Step away from the cogitator. View the logs. Let's go to the local data crypt. View the first log data. Praise be to the Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. Excuse me while I finish my food. Mail devoured. New protocols received. at the synod from the Great Fabricator Censor have been executed, despite those who shudder at the thought of changing its standard procedure. Embolden your hearts, for those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations, for the Fabricator Censor is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the Fabricator Censor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost, to be replaced by new ones, which the Fabricator Censor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contain no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me, an error in the Fabricator Censor's calculations? Are they meant to say, serving the quest for knowledge? View the third log data, which is hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. The instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the word of the Fabricator Censor as votaries. And there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction and death, and inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path to the knowledge shrouded in darkness. Step away from the cogitator.
Activating motive force reserves.
So there's some chaos bullshit going on 100%.
Your mind is swathed in blue-grey smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orselio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
There's some comment here. Also, I should 100% adjust. And stuff. Some goodies here. 16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries. A tome containing revelations of the Omnicide, recorded in special Binaric dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus with a key to the cipher may partake of the wisdom of the machine god.
How can one find the right way without his light?
Hello? The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robes hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmetic. I click, I clank, a barely audible hiss, and only then the tech priest's vox finishes the word identification. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson, registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Examine the tech priest. You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominance spell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest. The stench of rotten meat. I will teach you some respect. The tech priest draws his weapon. As his robe is open, your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot.
Don't you dare to cross us!
My nose, corrupting my nose. Edlard, you go up there. Heinrichs, you too. You'll be over here. Argenta, why don't you get into position for some fun so that Cassia can give you the works. Marcus Heretic. And Pascal can be over here.
Focus! Van Kellogg's! Focus!
Volatile servitude. Oh, boom.
Just a minor setback.
Cassia.
I am a
Making
navigator,
Argenta.
not a servitor.
Chance to act.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Strike. Evoke. But
Faith without deeds is worthless.
oops. Not my intent.
I'll do it.
And now you don't have any attacks. Goddamn. I guess that works. Alright, whatever. Open my gaze,
If I
open my
may.
Heretic. Reveal the light on Argenta. Servitor is good.
My ears are ringing.
Alright, Heinrichs. Order the Emperor up.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Go ahead and
Let's see
regenerate
to it.
Argenta. Let's regenerate on
I
yourself.
won't object to it. Naturally.
Hurts. Warp speed.
I
on
won't
yourself.
object to it.
Iron
But
armor
of
on
course,
yourself.
Lord Captain.
And
Let's
a little
see
bit
to
of
it.
endure.
Naturally.
And a bit of a fuel.
Let's see to it.
Anyway, here's the roll. Let's try some fires. Also mark some prey. Nice. Then let's go ahead and get well up down. Nice. Inflame. And then just as insult injury. There. Want to do anything else? Pascal, you can finally do machine spirit banishment. I guess first you should aim for opening.
Binary override.
That perfect spot down.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
And then just
Request approved.
or two. Or three.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Argenta, I have a feeling that swords are going to be too useful here.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the
Or
weak.
fire. Fire is going to be too
I'll
useful
do it.
here.
This is why I was chosen. Faith without strike is a prayer.
You can do. You can't really do much of anything. And Mr. Corrupted Legos gets to be mobbed.
Emperor, give me strength. As duty demands.
Let's see, not the best first contact with the world's inhabitants. I hope we find someone who's more able to hold a conversation, willingly or not. Regular Omniscient X plus crack grenade. Toby pattern plasma pistol. Is that better than what you currently have? So power an arc rifle. Alright. Regular plasma pistol. Ah, there it is. No. Basically all around worse. Keep on with the plasma gun. Up we go. We're keeping our servitor buddies. Cool. There's some chaos. A lot of chaos corruption here. What's this do? Opens the way forward. But first,
Locomotives are fully operational.
let's go. Disarm some traps.
Never doubt me.
Grab some goods. Blood mixed with machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor. The far edge there.
Yet iron knows no pain. Knowledge
Nothing
is
escapes
eternal.
my sight.
Look at this mark. Someone was dragged. No, someone walked in our
Duty
direction very
prevails.
recently. We didn't see any. Some fresh injuries. Lex mechanic. Let's talk to you. Small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up to you, his eyes filled with horror. Portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front, and you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus. The tech priest decides to take a better look at you. After which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking. He heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please, save me. Tell us who you are and what happened to you. Manufactorum Lex Mechanicus Zeta 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of 485 up until we started going mad. The priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor fools' souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code. It did nothing to stop them. I'm reporting a violation of the commandment of thine own forge be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86. Your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. The icy rumble coming from Pascal's box causes the Lex Mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will, gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy. The extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen magos of the fabricator censor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You don't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex Mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I use for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted. The scrap code is locked inside, like a beast in a cage, but anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to their heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference, I sense the malfunctions of my augmetics. But I was still saved from the greater sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benediction that shelters the weak from evil. Heinrichs tenses ever so slightly at the Lex Mechanic's words. You can see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon. The interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of weapon? Or no, how did your crazed comrades behaved? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I have ever seen. Sacrilege! Monster. No, not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent to the depths of the Manufactorum. Just some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator censors saw that machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible. Only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilizes for unholy computations, chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should ever accept its heinous offering. You mentioned someone in prison on the lower levels. The lay servants of the main units. They live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. The Lex Mechanic hesitates. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. It demonstrated exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. And that's even what they used me for. Trails off, blatantly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated those atrocities and witness their obscenities. Turn to Heinrichs. What do you make of it? The interrogator tilts his head. Servant of the Omnissiah? I must know more. About the final dawn, the fabricator sensor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but Lex Mechanic drops his head. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are on the augmetic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. The Lex Mechanic taps his finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Heinrichs' expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors, protruding from under the Lex Mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Abelard notices the look on Heinrichs' face. Once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. Heinrichs, what are you thinking? Heinrichs does not speak for several seconds, gritting his teeth, and in a meditative tone, as though he is musing aloud, he addresses the Lex Mechanic. There may be a way to retrieve the cogitator's contents via another device. The Lex Mechanic shakes his head in reproach. Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact with the systems of my true flesh, to innervate my compulsor's unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I'm safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? We connect the cogitator to the augmetic system. Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they're incomplete. The things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. The Lex Mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what's going to happen to him. He begins to back away in fear. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please, I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. At these words, Heinrichs pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he's reconsidering. Let's see. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. For the good of the Imperium. Like a snake, Heinrichs lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. Pinning the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrichs uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator, and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. Lex Mechanic struggles for a few times, but when Heinrichs twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, the Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches his back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. Cassia, who has been stoically observing everything, flinches and averts her gaze when the Lex Mechanic starts crushing his own fingers into a pulp. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed, and blood is spattered over the inscriber. But that does not stop him trying in vain to press the keys with the scraps of bone and skin that remain. Heinrich tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It will take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from Lex Mechanics Cogitator suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations, refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mention of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears a local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created in the fabricator on the fabricator sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It's located here. The bells of the Manufactorum. Heinrichs casts a look at the Lex Mechanic, now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion, and turns away. We'd better hurry. Can I kill him? Lex Mechanic stares into space, his mangled hands still mindlessly doing things. Pascal, pick that lock.
This explorator is blessed with
Procyon B
multifunctionality.
plasma pistol. Marksman bracers, ballistic skill, and oh, look at that critical damage. Some frags. First, Pascal, is that pistol better than what you got? Nope. Shots for this pistol never cause plasma explosion, but plasma overcharge attacks cost more AP. I'd rather have the heavy plasma gun. And then the other thing... ballistic skill bracers. I think that might actually be better. Yes! Plus 3 damage for flame weapons is nice. It'll drop my... but I'd rather have the ballistic skill. Wait, do I even need the ballistic skill? Saturated cape, there was something else. Attack, combat kill, period of dodge, fellowship. Parry reduction, power penetration, endure. Righteous Fury, for every kill. The wearer increases their critical hit chance. Should be killed by the wearer's area attacks. Improves their damage by 3%. Till the end of combat. Yes. See, everyone's got grenades and stuff. Yep, everyone's stocked. Gonna be an option to turn
This
off.
master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
Okay. And then running to the other side haphazardly just works.
Let's proceed.
More goods. The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
Pay attention.
Yes. Goods scrolled away. 16 universal laws, the warnings. Yep. There's the guy. Fabricator sensor Cubus Delphine. The massive Magos, clad in ritual garb, lets out a Ben-Hur trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another Ben-Hur tirade, this one time clearly addressed at you. Who in the void are you? You dare address me in the vile tongue of the savages? Me, the steward of Kiavagama, lord of the machine world? Kneel, pathetic spawn. If you seek swift disposal, Kiavagama belongs to House von Valancius, with whose scion you have the honor of speaking. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil? Very well then, your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Cubus Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiavagama Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore, you must be subjected to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hanuman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Messiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to Ben-Hur, and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and still go, while others, obeying the Fabricator Censor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. Head Newman, liar. You are not him. Demons, Newman obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he creates protects my world. I will not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit caste of explorators, call me ignorant. The statement is false. Your regalia has been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, initiating heretic search. Designation, Demons Numa. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. Let's see. Let's see. I've seen what you have done to this world and its poor people. I will not allow it to continue. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kiavagama has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of the fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many open admissions of heresy and so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master Van Calax. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of the heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it's time to fire, not count. And now is one of those times. In the name of the Golden Throne, I will stop you and those who follow you. You assume too much. It's rendering your conclusion invalid. Comrades, purge the Manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Got the outsiders. Let their blood mix with oil. Truth conceal the path from the impious. There.
It is my destiny to traverse the unknown.
So it's here.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I better myself through
Trap
my
the
service.
There's a whole wing back here.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Never doubt me.
As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machine is in working condition. View the log. Nothing of interest. Activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. You touch the levers and the reels on the cogitator panel. Disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside in this cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Step away. Let's see what else there is. Screens of this cogitator show a scrolling line of repeating Technolingua.
I'll take it from here.
Makes your headache. Let's blow up this
Duty prevails.
An expected result.
door opened. So what's this then? Something is howling within the middle housing, as if the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Force access. You're not. Gain access. Awaken the spirit. Dawdle. Still drowsy. Performs its assigned function. Oh, nice. Step away. Melta Ultima, huh? This Melta weapon is modified by the Adeptus Mechanicus. It's increased firepower and range. And a Staff of Blood. Just better than my Staff of Endless Flame. Unless as far as power level. How better is it? Same willpower bonus. Better power level. So yeah. I guess you can't use... Yeah, you don't have pyromancy. That's fine. And there's the Melta Ultima. Which is just straight up better than the heavy plasma gun. Much shorter range, though. Still. It is some good stuff.
Litany of reconnaissance
You dare cross an agent of the throne.
So, Aegis Heretic, Corrupted Sceptarius, and the Servitors Act. Alright, let's see. Heinrichs, you go ahead and wander up there. Abelard, how far can you get? You down there. Pascal, me, Cassia, and Argent. Deep analysis. And then miss. Argenta.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Maximize the amount of stunning attack.
Doubt is for the weak.
You know, why don't you just, Let's go there. No. It's not really fair there. Inconvenient. Well, anyway.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Might as well do the stuff.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Yeah, do.
I've suffered worse.
As a fool. You go ahead and focus on Lodge's Heretic. And everyone. Let's go and save that guy. Do a little run and gun. Also inflame. Buff up Abelard. And then Cassia. Let's go and give Abelard the chance to... first, yeah, the light.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Then give Abelard a chance to start acting. Defensive stance. Wall of rock.
At your beck and call. No
Daring
matter the
breach.
cost. I will do my duty.
Do those guys. And hey, since you can,
Tried and tested tactics are the best
go after
ones.
the corrupted Skatari Alpha.
Target well struck.
And charge at the other guy.
Grey hair, sure hair. It will be done.
And shove him away. And then Cassia.
That is foolishness.
So those guys. Let's get you moved up. Because why not? Abelard's turn. Yeah.
At your beck and call. An exemplary strike. It will be
On
done.
these guys.
One you attack. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
Orc.
Follow my lead.
Also shove that guy into the wall. Alright, Heinrichs. Put
I won't
yourself
object
up.
to it.
Let's see.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Be gone.
Nice. Go to this guy.
Nothing stands against me. Let's see to
Table
it.
that guy.
Someone's death wish is
Hell.
mine to
Go
grant.
for Daring Breach.
For the throne. I won't object to it.
That guy. And just walk on up to it.
Everyone, step aside.
Give yourself some regen.
Done with this one.
Then yeah, sure, I guess you
I need a foothold.
wander all the way over there. Dear God. Cleaning up.
I took care of this one.
Let's combat. So, some more stub carbines, power swords, power mauls. Missouri pattern arc rifle. Stack tech priest. But there's, more importantly, there's loot. There's also apparently a trap. So then, down here, more of the same. So, Bulwark 100. Marks the chaos soon to draw your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. So yeah, that's where we want to come in and we're going to fight all that stuff. Broken panel of the cogitator is sparking. Lined dark screens showing nothing. Dying tech priest. This pile of human remains, carelessly tossed together, emits a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movements. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyes twitching. And the man's suffering. A single motion, you bring an end to his long torment. After checking that there are no more survivors in this pile of human remains, you step away from the nightmare's sight. And forward we go. Look around out here.
Calculating optimal route.
What's this then? Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons. View the log. So the archive, supply protocol. At first glance, these records look like typical shipping reports, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests and spent mass, the flesh of the victims killed after either or during or for the sake of machine rituals. Production protocol. The log looks damaged. Lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos corruption. Review the Ascension Protocol. This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written for from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the children of truth. There would be some bullshit going on. Hey, multi-key.
Executing request.
See? Right there. Nothing escapes my sight.
Disarm both those traps.
The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me.
Never.
Cast your eye there.
Jesus.
Duty prevails.
I really went
The
around
Emperor
the
favors me today.
right way. That I did, that I did. Anyway. That over there? Looks like. Where would we go? Touch the cogitator. Okay. So it would have taken me over there. See what's over here first. Goods.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
Searching is my observance.
Can't go down there. Okay. But if I that.
Locomotives are fully operational.
Somehow we can get down here. What's this then? Except guard us for asking for chaos or access codes you do not have. Let's just arm that trap.
Never doubt me.
Operation.
This device is cargo lift used for transporting parts. Okay.
Darkonus was attacked by Xenos, but stood strong. Is this not a sign that the God Emperor protects his faithful?
But what happened in the streets of the hives? Oh, the scarlet blue scars will not soon be erased from the souls of those who lived through this nightmare.
Desecrated altar of the Omnicide. Warp 75%. An eerie-looking makeshift structure adorned with revolting totems and symbols. The dim light makes it look like the ornate symbols are moving.
Whatever you wish.
Corrupted wrist stalker and some other stuff. There's demons. Vats, which were previously used to store fuel oil, have been turned into reservoirs for blood, an ingredient for the vile rituals used to corrupt this place. Tech Priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. Take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. It seemed to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeping from the untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You're Von Valancius, are you not? Pascal exchanges a series of binary signals with the Tech Priest before saying menacingly, initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a grade 4 transgression. Attack! This conversation is finished. The voices warned me this would come. 1, 2, 4. And number 5. Whatever. Edlard. Get up in there. Heinrichs as well. Pascal can have some fun with his time. And he rolled pretty high on initiative, so that's good. And I actually have even higher initiative. And stay with me, Argenta up ahead. Get a chance to act pretty soon. Let's mark the biggest threats. Oh, there's the other one. It's 2 box skulls. 4. 4. Let's go do a little bit of ignition. Buff up Adelaide. Let's do Firestorm. Nah. But really what I ought to do is just eliminate the Fox Skulls before we get a chance to do anything too fun. Pascal. Get debuff on the thing that's left. Kill.
Request approved. Significant value.
Attack with the second weapon.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
That's basically what you can do, I guess.
My
Get
vow
some
is
studies
to
and
serve.
dance. And try not to get targeted yourself.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Argenta.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I do believe it's about time.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Attack,
Doubt is for the
wildfire.
weak. I will not. Guided by faith.
Go ahead and just loading.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Nibbler.
Indeed.
Brace for impact.
It will be done.
Door.
At your beck and call.
Yes, bulwark.
I will go
Charging
my
on the
duty.
main threat. Just real damage there.
At your beck and call.
And probably finish.
One fewer target.
Now my corrupted servitor buddies get to get some hits in. Just because they can. Anyway, you go ahead and give
I have
Adelaide
read
another turn.
tomes of military tactics.
Someone else can do this. Indeed.
Here we go.
An exemplary strike. At your beck and call. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Let's see. Let's do reveal the light.
Isn't this a job for the Sirs?
Holding my gaze.
I am a
combat servitor.
navigator, not a servitor. I'll paint your death in...
Okay. You go ahead and
Get me a target.
wander up to the thing.
But of course,
Speed.
Lord Captain.
Flame. Nice. That is almost
The
round.
prognosis is favorable. The undersides will condemn you.
Banishment, spirit banishment done. Skal stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. For a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice, taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation. I would advise against it. It may be dangerous. Quest denied. The value of the data justifies the risk. The Skal leans over the corpse, activating the sampling tools on one of his echidendrites, and plunges it into the tangle of augmetics covering the heretic's skull. But he's all the way over here. Portable cogitator. Plus 10 logic. Glow of dead stars. Cool. That's probably a straight upgrade. Oh, absolutely. Plasma explosion caused by this weapon affects targets in a 2 radius. Type of damage dealt to each target, aside from the wielders, is taken as warp damage. More importantly, it's more damage than and armor penetration than the heavy plasma gun.
Anything worthy of my attention?
It's over here. Set the ladder. Oh, that would have been a way to get around the steam bursts. Okay. The goods. Redemption gauntlets. Which are the wearer's melee attacks made against enemies under the effects of exposed weakness, reduce the enemy's strength and agility. Curved parts appear foreign compared to the orderly geometry of the Manufactorum. The many holes and fasteners indicate that each component serves as but a single part of some wicked design.
The machine guard.
Cars filled with refuse, broken pieces of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wire, and other rubbish.
Over there!
Adaptive flak vest. Medium armor. Plus 3 direction, deflection, and plus 15 armor at the beginning of every combat. During the first 3 rounds, the bonus deflection is reduced by 1 and armor by 5 at the end of each round. And plus 5 armor if the wearer's intelligence is more than 55. Wonder who that's supposed to go on. Pirate chainmail's just better, though. I like the deflection, though. I guess it's on par with the pirate chainmail. So move the debris there.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Release the car brake.
Time to prove my mettle.
Let's see. Fresh injury, old injury. Effectively removes traumas.
The healing is much appreciated.
There we go. Also should probably re-equip itself. So we go over here. Potential fight over there. More importantly, there's a big thing there. Manual valve. Sacred instrument for manually activating the good machines of the Omnissiah.
I serve the Golden Throne.
Tough cultists from the
Duty
Chaos
prevails.
Marine. Redemption will be a bunch of bullshit. Don't care. Chaos Space Marine towers over the tech priest's bowed heads like a dark cliff. He's reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat and your gorge rises. Blah blah blah. Word bearers. Sacrilege. Here on the soil of an imperial world? Heinrich hisses through gritted teeth. I know our meeting on Rykad Minoris wouldn't be the last, but to run into this anathema here. The Yavagama did not merely succumb to heresy, as though your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. Pascal gazes at his former brother and whispers dryly. The new sphere's signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, I will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption. Interrupt the sermon with a paean of the God Emperor. Ooh. Plus 1 action point. The words of this righteous hymn cut through the torrent of the heretics and pious proclamations. You feel as if the light of the Emperor himself touches your heart, warming it with grace and protecting it from malignant corruption. The Chaos Space Marine roars in fury as the tech priests turn and charge you as if on
I
cue.
see your darkened colors. Your Emperor won't save you.
He does not need to. Where are you? Abelard. You get on up in there. Argento will be able to do some stuff. I'll put myself here. Anarchs can also attract attention. Pascal will sit there. Cassia down here.
I bring ruin.
Argento.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
418. Devastating attack.
As the Emperor can.
Let's see, Instrument Fire.
Doubt is for the weak.
A bit of other stuff. Get a second going. Corrupted Servitors. Waddle on in.
Chaos guides me.
Grey hair, sure hand.
Hey, Heinrichs is actually going to get a turn. Heinrichs? Let's go ahead, buffer stuff.
Let's see to it.
Warp speed. Regeneration.
I won't object to it.
Feeble.
Naturally. Let's see to
Get
it.
on one. Okay, Space Marine.
For the throne's glory.
Hurts. Don't want to top anybody off.
Each strike is a prayer. I am your doom.
So let's go ahead and mark the Marine. Tough Cultist. And that Tough Cultist. And that. Thing. Incinerate. Marine actually got.
Scorn the pain. Vengeance will be swift.
Actually got a turn. Well then, Abelard. Let's see,
It
Reckless
will be done.
Strike. Defensive
At your
stance.
beck and call.
Okay, you there.
Indeed. An exemplary strike. It
Oh,
will be done.
sweet. And the other thing,
High momentum.
Cassia can just finish the Marine herself.
battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Based.
Another foe painted black.
Death without regret.
If only that were possible.
Ooh. Well, anyway, let's get our turn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
For Von Valencia's
It's a whole other turn.
a tactically sound approach. I took care of this one.
And that's combat. I think. Where's the last guy? Oh, there he is. He has so little health, I didn't even realize he
My
was
place
there.
is at the fore. Reduced to dust.
There we go. Now combat's over. Okay. Heretical Bolter. Arch Strategist's Mantle. Any bonuses from the Warrior's Combat Tactics? Carapace. Chain Axes. Nothing too interesting. Oh. Unless we have...
We should deal with this.
Pay attention. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
We have no time to lose.
There he is. Let's go look at the thing I potentially am missing. There's a door here. I want to know if it leads to anything. I just wasn't sure if it was going to lead to the boss fight or not. Ah, there's something over there. System accepts the access codes. Clanging of moving bolts indicates the door has been unlocked. To the inside. Let's see what's up. A lot of sorcerer's bullshit. Yep. Taking a headache-inducing
Tread
techno-lingua.
carefully, rogue trader.
Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who was in the cage. The bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the dark, while the massive flesh twitches and shudders. Earth casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Look at the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something it used to be. Monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds seeping pus and slime. Wounds that are agglutinating and spreading tendons. Rods connected to the wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh, where the human head turns to you. Mercy! Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, and he bears the agony and forces out the words of mercy. Make it stop. Study them closely. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on. What is this? Henrix takes in his surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their own homes, and now they're studying the result. Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols and machines. What are your enemy's minions doing to the people in the lower levels? So the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. Heinrich scowls. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, be connected to the sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath. Hendrix frowns. A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. Why are they hooked up to the cogitators? Hendrix carefully studies the screens of the computing machines. Lingua Technis, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we'll be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Hendrix clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, and then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches out to him through the bar. You. A female voice watches you from within the gloom of the cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, her single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us! Her eyes are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cage. Heinrich leans towards the cage at a sufficient distance to ensure the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What do they promise? Who are they? You took us from the Inferno. You promised us a reward. Her face contorts in a grimace, and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Heinrich balls his fists in powerless rage, then he frowns in thought. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, or it will trigger further changes. Not missing Pascal's sober interest in the proceedings, which he is dutifully recording in a data slate, Blood raises a brow. Esteemed Magos, these are your comrades. If I may ask, do you feel any compassion for them? Or, at the very least, regret? Regret for the losses that these poor people resent to the Adeptus Mechanicus? Negative. What I am currently observing is not my tech comrades, but merely their biologically functioning remains fashioned into a specimen of unnatural perversion of technology. I am under no directives to feel any affinity for these specimens. If there's something that will make them talk, we must use it. Hendrix nods. Yes, it's possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use the situation to help the investigation. I'm not going to argue with you. Seems to me your mind is already made up. Hendrix hesitates for a moment, then he closes his eyes and raises one hand. You are enveloped in an otherworldly chill. The massive flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued together lips and begins wheeling frantically. And the shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. The mutant changes before your eyes. The tumors recede like an ebbing tide, revealing an emaciated female face twisted in agony. The woman gasps for air and stretches her now mobile neck and exclaims, "Liar! You promised to kill me! You promised me deliverance! Every one of you, everyone told me to have hope and the pain would go away. Accept the truth for what it is. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Make it so." A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth, fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears. From the cage you hear a steady, almost imperceptible sound that fills you with despair and horror. With a sigh, Heinrich lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mess of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of its human origins. It pulses vigorously. And that's it? The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priests repeated this phrase, like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead. A small one, but still a lead. That's that, then. But do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Henrik shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do.
This place is steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed with fire down to the last crevice.
Sister, tame your fervor. Your zeal is laudable, but first I must ascertain the intentions of the archenemy, not crush its manifestations without a second thought.
Edible. The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension as the threaded was disquiet. Stop, Azathoul. This is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You've done enough for me on my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrich takes another step towards the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down towards the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psychic abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. The omniscient grace has not touched this object. This mechanism was not desecrated but born, flawed and unnatural, iron most profane. Pascal unhurriedly produces the data slate, initiating authorization log. Let's not stand in fear of the path of knowledge. Keep your distance and wait. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point, you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb determinans. The womb of this cursed machine is down in the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste out of the manufacturer's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people, flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. See, I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the fabricator's censor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the omniscient's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future as a through. Let's cut the power supply. The spot of chaos has no place on my world. Heinrich fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends the torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and ripples of noxious scarlet slime.
I'll make an example out of you.
Just a minor setback.
Oh boy. Argento. Do that.
As the Emperor commands, adapt.
Start to purge the enemies of humanity.
I'll do it.
I should
As
have
the Emperor commands,
first.
I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Anyway, Cassia's turn. You go ahead and
Isn't
deal
this a
with the
job
stuff
for the
with fire.
I'm
Men's
not
reality.
accustomed to being ordered around.
And do a little zone of fear. Good lord, my man.
Victory is imminent.
Brace for impact.
At your beck and call.
Defensive
I will do my
stance.
duty.
Pink Horror, Blue Horror, Herald of Zinch, Screamer of Zinch. Bulwark.
Follow my lead.
Get him.
Grey hair, sure hair. Indeed.
And then my turn. I'm going to preemptively use running gun. Oh. Actually, first, let's mark targets. Can't see the thing to hunt on. Hey. Hunt on that thing. That thing. Herald of Zinch. Make it explode. Oh, actually, I can explode that blow forward to its friends. And then Flame. Rebel and Slaughter. And Wild Hunt. Oh my. Oh, that's some good stuff. Anyway, Edrix, why don't you
But
do
of
some stuff?
course, Lord Captain, the Inquisition sends their regards.
Oh, there's another one. All the way over there.
The Emperor is on our
Put an end
side.
to that final little
Your
critter.
reckoning is due.
Edrix comes closer and stares at you, his eyes gleaming with naked, scorching rage. What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult's secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop. I did what any loyal servant of the Emperor would do. Heinrichs is silent for a moment. Yes, Azathoul, you acted as the will of the Imperium dictates to its humble lay people. It was a mistake to trust that you would see the difference between people like you, me, and people like you. At any rate, Rogue Trader, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
You need to be a bitch, man. Okay. Don't think it's any faster to skip, even with the servitors having to get into position. Frankly, I think it's faster to just sit through it. Yeah, what's up through here? Leave. Also going in the wrong direction. Yeah. Anyway. Demonstrate at the fabricator sensor. See, upon noticing you, Cubist Delphin straightens. You hear the clanging groaning of metal as if the pistons and bearings in the fabricator sensor's augmented body have fused together. The propellant scrapes and screeches punctuate speech. The probability of you navigating your way, reaching the inner line, is negligible. The primordial truth guards me in my work. Why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated? It appears your masters have turned your back on you. Now you are on your own. Because the schemes of the ruinous powers are powerless against the servants of the God Emperor, guided by his light. Gross misconception common among the primitive minds. Your existence is but a statistical error that will soon be corrected. Let's see. Your humming irritates me. Fabricator sensor straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum as if from powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps and the grinding of metal against metal. There's much to be done. Fabricator sensor lets it by inherent trill. It's the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Coronis expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels, so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth united with the might of the new Kiavagama, and perish. For the Imperium, for the God Emperor. Accept this new sacrifice, sacred truth.
Run, fools, or fall!
Okay. Abelard, you up there? So 8, 3 of which are very threatening. Pascal, you over there? Cassia, you want support? Heinrichs. Clean up stuff back there. Why that counts as cover, but me back there. Pascal's the first.
Request approved.
Let's get the machine spread communion. Declare this your perfect spot. Machine spirit banishment on the forge field. Which apparently doesn't have reject the flesh. Interesting. Nice. Good spot on the forge field. Take another shot there.
Equation.
Shunta.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, okay. So,
I'll do it.
devastating attack, concentrated
As the
fire.
Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Run and gun.
I'll do it. For you, my Emperor!
Nice. Epilogue.
Victory is imminent.
We got a lot to do.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Charge.
Indeed.
Whoa. Very well. Thank you for taking shots at the correct servitors. Cassio.
If I may,
I'll flip that reload as you can.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Get an extra attack.
Victory is imminent.
Stance.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Not close. No. Anyway, I'll win my game.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Rex.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Those two are weakened. Regeneration on
For the
Epilogue.
throne's glory.
Word of the Emperor.
I won't object to it.
Hurts. And Jim.
Let's see to it. I'll see our
Yourself
foes
another turn.
congratulated.
Start working on that fortune.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Holy terror! Smite your enemies! Everyone, step aside. Not sanctioned to do this.
And go ahead and
Natural.
level out of there. 3 guys. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and pop this guy.
I'm a member.
Some extra stuff going. Like that. Pop the wild. Oh, it's too far. Well. So yeah. And almost. And I am just too damn good. Anyway, plasma overcharge.
Request approved.
Genta gets to revel in slaughter. Do the devastating attack.
This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the...
Nice. And Abelard gets to finish the job.
I took care of this one.
There goes Mr. Fabricator guy. What do we have? Get Gamma Pattern Omniscient X. Alpha's Arc Rifle. Enemies hit by those rough rifles for 10% more damage from the wielder until the end of combat. Whenever the wielder hits a target with an arc rifle, they also hit 2 other. Cannot overpenetrate. Basically normal, Mars Pattern Chain Axe. Shifting Combat Tool. I think will be useful for Pascal. So let's replace your current combat tool. That other thing. And that's Kiavagama in the process of being reclaimed. Hopefully. Mars Pattern Lasgun. Nice. I already have an assault lasgun. How does that compare? A little bit less damage. Marginally worse. Okay, back to the void ship we go. Now we figure out what the fuck to do with Kiavagama. Or not. Something's going on. Sharp pain pierces your head and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle and your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and gray shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head. You look. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears, you see it. Colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. In the name of the Emperor, be gone! Through the howling of the storm, you hear a new, chilling sound. Roaring, cruel laughter. The figure advances towards you, and you feel that if it takes just one more step, it will step on you and crush you like a bug. The warrior's inhuman eyes bore into you. I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. You are Alon the Cruel. The souls of my followers returned to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze towards this sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the corpse emperor. I'd say the giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. He glanced at the huge warrior, and you notice on his chest a winding azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together. I am the sovereign of Kiavagama. This is my world, and not a dominion of chaos. How clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. Mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiavagama, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of truth, the fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. What do you want with me? I want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plans. That warrior from my legion, the fabricator censor. You think of their deaths as a triumph. However, it is but a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. It will change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes. You are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Kunrad Vodvir sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Empyrean, he was meant to become my servant, a rogue trader who would do the work of the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true god's favor instead? Do you wish to present the corpse's relics to me and serve the truth? Hear your very blood calling, begging for you to submit to me. What would be the point of futile defiance? I'm Rogue Trader Azathoul, sovereign of Kiavagama. The warrant belongs to me alone. Or I could go for Iconoclast. Actually, yeah. There isn't a dogmatic option, so you waste your time trying to tempt me. It is not blood that defines a person's deeds, only their will does, and my will is thus begone from my mind. His expression twists in pain as he stares at you in rage and bafflement. Pitiful insect, you dare! A gust of wind sweeps Irlong's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Applard looks at you worried, then sighs in cantankerous relief. It was a close call. For the sake of Holy Terror, if I had lost a second rogue trader in such a paltry span of time, my only option would have been to shoot myself out of unending shame. Since the presence of another psyker, someone made contact with you mentally and tried to harm you with a sorcery. I did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? It was a Chaos Space Marine. One of the traitors of the Imperium? I didn't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen. Henrik looks away and frowns. Such indescribable power, to have reached out to your mind at such a distance. It said something about Theodora, about how the blood in my veins will lead me to serve chaos. Sister Argenta, who had been watching all this intently, grows pale and makes the sign of the Aquila to ward off evil. Heinrich stares at you, whether in surprise or anger. You do not know, but he gives you a curt nod. I see. We can theorize later, although I will say, Azathoul, that his words do not leave much room for interpretation. The Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness. Got ancient machinery, ancient energy core. The world's industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint vox signals from the periphery indicates the world's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed lathes from those abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's holds. The fate of Kiavagama hangs in the balance. Let's see, purify and restore Kiavagama no matter the cost. Yeah, you got some more mobile extract games. Servants of the Adeptus Ministorum heed the call and begin to assemble a holy crusade to purify Kiavagama. It will take time and effort to root out every tendril of corruption lurking in the dark corners of the Manufactorum. It's a bunch of stuffs. Complacency is high. Restoration, blessed are the weaponsmiths, or calculating holiness. Cursed boots, that's heretical. Let's see, the manufactorums of Kiavagama have been damaged and tainted by the procedures of the heretic Delphin. A renowned tech architect, the fugitive aristocrat Barabbas Kilius, is offering to enter the rogue trader's service as a planetary steward and restore the world to its former production capacity. Let's see, great trials are ahead, and we must steel ourselves to face them. The rogue trader will sign a mutual aid agreement with the quaestors of the Departamento Munitorium. These outstanding theoreticians of warfare will supervise the repurposing of the planet's manufactorums for the production of weapons and military equipment. In the jaws of lathe machines and the wombs of alloy vats, Solus Plasteel will take on its highest and most perfect form, that of a weapon. For that, we'll get the Dark Marchesa. Cogno weapon, inhabited by a bloodthirsty machine spirit, famous for its ferocity and fondness for slaughter. Which I don't think is as good as what Pascal has right now. Wielder gains 1 stack of Marchesa's third when scoring a critical hit with this weapon, and 3 stacks when killing a target with this weapon. Upon reaching 5, they gain an additional attack until the end of the turn. Once the effect is triggered, all stacks are removed. Or calculating holiness. For generations, the Adeptus Mechanicus have been custodians of the machines and cogitators of Kiavagama. Recognizing the value of this tragedy-stricken world, they are willing to deploy a forge cathedral on it as a token of sympathy. Therein, the Blessed Fabricator Sensor Fortron will envision and lay out a new and more perfect design for the planet. And Xenocide. Yeah, why not? Calculating holiness, it will be. Giants. Centuries ago, liturgies of assembly and first ignition were held on Kiavagama for majestic steel monstrosities. All-crushing mountain tunnelers, mighty cargo haulers, and voracious mega-harvesters. The virtuous craft is lost now, but Adeptus Mechanicus artisans can revive it. Then, once again, triumphant calls of klaxons will shake the Coronis Empire. Oh, that is what I want. We can get more mobile extractium. That doesn't cancel anything out, but we're going to need more efficiency, which is going to take a while. So yeah, soon we will have... Let's see, Small Thorn. The Lamesta 1 trading outpost has been causing problems for Dragonis' trade for years by attracting merchants arriving from a number of systems, including those from the mining world of Flactia. If only some pirate were motivated enough to blast the station with torpedoes. Getting us a bunch of stuff. The cleansing of Kiavagama. The rogue trader commands that Kiavagama be cleansed of every trace of heresy. Missionaries and technomats, tech sorcerists, and corruption hunters will make their way to the planet. This grueling task will entail a pressing urgency for goods, spare parts, and blessed, brightly burning promethium. Complete the contract. Not terribly inclined to do the other contracts. 3 sorrowful phalanges. Bargain distress from the Elder Cache at the last chance of Cyrene, and then we'll find the hidden cache on Kiavagama. Okay, back down we go. See if we can't find that hidden cache. Oh, maybe it was the thing where you needed the codes. I guess I'll level up since I'm here. Sacred rituals. Still mind. Psyker Extremis. Yes. It's for you. Actually, let's get No Heresy on you as well. You don't really have a little warp or Larzinos. As far as you. Agility. You would be good. Maybe some willpower. Cleansing of Faith. Chain and power weapon, so power sword. Yeah, give that to you. And replace Wrath of St. Drusus with the power sword, if I can find one. Maybe a power maul of some variety. 14 to 18. Excruciator maul, 15 to 20. Bloody Sacrament could be fun. Power swing is just a major debuff. But I am tempted for power sword. Anyway, we get a chance to go for agility. I guess tough fellowship, why not? Threads and faults, finishing out. Last of your navigator abilities. Let's get some toughness and sanctified slayer on Heinrichs. Let's see, manipulator push, skirmish protocols. Let's give you more movement speed at the start of combat. To the inside. Where was it? Over here? Maybe?
If such is the Emperor's will.
Maybe over here? Oh. Get started on all the things. Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium. That's the... Yeah. Yes, that one is very amusing. Mood kindred and all
Full
that.
of colors I have never seen before.
Ah, I guess. I am aware of the song, I cannot sing it off the top of my head. Is it over here? Yeah, I think it was over here. Yeah, there it is. The guard is asking for access codes you do not have.
I'll guide your vessel and lead you on your way.
Oh well. Alright. Back to the void ship we go. Do a few jumps. Probably want to connect this to... Dargonis. Just so I can answer any... thing. Is there any distress calls? Lord Captain, Master Beth the Choir received a message from Dargonis. The noble houses express their gratitude for the restoration of trade routes between the remaining Von Valencia's planets and express their deepest condolences for the loss of the worlds that did not survive these dark times. In addition, Governor Drivestem has sent a private message to your lordship. I humbly ask the rogue trader for an audience, so I may deliver it. So I'll talk to him then. What's up, Vigdis? Lord Captain, permission to report, the Boxmaster says, looking at you differentially. Yeah. I know English, I swear I do. Your wise Lex mechanics have analyzed the state of the Protectorate. They believe that, thanks to your decisive actions, the acute phase of the crisis has passed. The domain of the Von Valencia's dynasty is no longer facing dissolution and ruin. What's more, bringing Footfall to heel by granting them my patronage and delivering shipments of grain has strengthened your position as a rogue trader. Lady Theodora would have been glad to have such an important trade hub come under her sphere of influence. In honor of such a resounding triumph, Dargonis, as the capital world of your dynasty's domain, is currently making preparations for the Magna Accessio, a grand ceremony of your public induction as the heir of the Honorable Theodora von Valancius. What is this ceremony? I swear an oath, and then I shake a lot of sweaty hands? The grill of the Vox melts into Vigdis's face, lets out a short rattle that indicates a chuckle. That much is certain, but that's not all there is to it. There will also be a reception, as well as other noble guests. The distinguished rogue traders Caligos Winterscale and Insenia Chorda will be in attendance. It will be a great honor for Dargonis to host 3 illustrious dynasties at once. Let's see, your servants wish to know your opinion on 2 matters related to the ceremony arrangements. First of which is, what festive activities are to take place in the capital on this glorious day? I wish to hear prayers and witness the people's faith. It will be done. The Emperor protects House von Valancius. The second matter is, on your servants' minds is, which 2 of your closest companions will be given the honor of standing by your side during the ceremony? I had to learn Abelard deserves this place. Servants of House von Valancius will see in this the continuity of the dynasty's glorious traditions. And Argenta. All those whose hearts burn with the fire of faith will appreciate this gesture. I will see to it that your instructions are delivered to Dargonis. The Master of Ceremonies at the palace will report to you when the capital is ready to praise your name. I do suspect that we will find ourselves under attack by a Chaos Space Mariner 5. Scal's voice pouring out of his Vox system crackles like thin ice under pressure. It's unclear whether this is nothing more than static or an expression of some emotion understandable only to the Tech Priest himself. Following the Omnicized guidance, I request permission to execute the report protocol that entails describing suboptimalities within the recent operations of the ship's systems and subsequently proposing the appropriate course of action. Let's see, I am listening. Initiating exposition. With the Omnicized blessing, I conducted several sessions of tech meditation in an effort to transpose the available data streams into a matrix of patterns. The data subjected to this analysis comprised evidence of deviations in the operation of the ship's systems and servitors, as well as irregularities in the algorithms of the ship's log. I have arrived at the following conclusion. This vessel's machine spirit is most extraordinary. A full cycle of sacred diagnostics must be performed, followed by a complementary ritual. This ritual will force the spirit responsible for these recent events to reveal itself. Once it does, we will be able to understand its nature and take action applicable to said nature. Very well, let us proceed with your ritual. You have my gratitude, Azathoth. I will notify my tech comrades to begin their preparations for the complementary ritual at once. Despite the resounding hum of the tech priest's words of prayer, the bridge feels unusually quiet. All sound sinks into the viscous silence like pebbles sinking into the water, as though my tech comrades have assigned a number of cycles. I spent the assigned number of cycles in prayer and vigil. Everything is prepared for the complemental ritual of cleansing. Its commencement will require an authorization key in the form of the blood of Von Valancius. If you are ready, place it into the cyber gargoyles receiving module. Put your hand inside the cyber gargoyle's mouth. I am ready. The familiar cold metal burns your palm. This time, however, the servitor's jaws, instead of brutally clamping down in your hand, merely squeezes slightly. You feel a thin rivulet of hot blood, beginning where the metal fangs pierce your skin. Screeches and growls slowly rise from the bells of the massive cogitator as if a great beast is stirring awake. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly. Key accepted. Activating purgation ritual protocols. Suddenly, the viscous silence of the bridge rushes towards you and wraps you in a tight cocoon. The glow of the vid screens dims, but the symbols on them flare life. Analyzing intrusion. Analyzing lockout. Analyzing prevention. Sad. Pascal, what's going on? The complementary ritual is proceeding as Pascal's voice cuts off abruptly. He brings a hand to his Vox communicator in surprise. Stop. Quiet. Hello. Hello to you, too. Nomos is glad to be speaking. Nomos are here. Nomos have long been here. Why are we here? What are you? Nomos. We are Nomos. Pascal uses his hands and Mechadendrite's gesture to a silent Vox system. But what is Nomos? No data available? No answer. We want to know too. Are you a machine spirit? Nomos do not know. Nomos do not know themselves. Did you silence Pascal? Nomos once wanted no disturbance, only quiet. Can you render other people silent too? Sometimes. Some people. Nomos do many things. We do not always know what or how. We do not know we could make silence until now. Make it stop, now. Pascal's Voxcaster comes alive with an exclamation. Extraordinary. The tech's tech priest pauses upon realizing that he can speak aloud again. Then he continues in a strangely quivering voice. Extraordinary transmission jamming. Unknown protocols. What has been revealed to me? Is it the Omnissiah's glory or fell tech heresy? I would like to... What do you want from us, Nomos? Are you friend or foe? The vid screens blink in thought, signifying a pause in the conversation. Then one of them displays, Nomos von Valencius, we are your blood. Nomos Arasensal, we awoke when the strange light invaded the ship. We protected you when you needed help. We escorted you when you were surrounded by danger. Nomos our movement, we carry you through the frightening, the waiting, the measureless. We helped when our ailing heart was refusing to awaken. You asked for rescue, we did as you asked. The warp engine activation against all probability during our escape from the Rykad system. A Category 3 miracle manifested by the ship's machine spirit. And the part about protecting. Was it during the cultist attack? We did everything to please you. Why? The silence on the bridge grows especially deep, almost painful. The haze of light around you thickens to the point of becoming practically tangible. Numbers ripple across all the vid screens at once. I do not fear you. I'm trying to understand you. Shivers run up your hand, which is still trapped inside the server gargoyle's jaws. The servitor nods its head a few times, as if it is still shaking your hand. Its teeth rake across your already wounded flesh. Nomos are glad. I must enjoy understanding too. As the entities such as this ought to be addressed using the language of sacred rituals and offerings. Your unskilled meddling bodes ill. A decision is required of you. Either the complemental ritual is finished, or it is replaced by a rite of tech communion. In the first scenario, the entity Nomos will be banished, and the sacred data halls where the entity dwelt will be reset. In the second scenario, we will appease the entity and learn more about it. No, Nomos do not want to be banished. Nomos want to help. Nomos want to understand. Let's start by clearing certain things up. Were you the one responsible for the ship's malfunctions? Now what about the strange entries in the ship's logs? Yes, Nomos did that. Are you angry? We only wanted to understand, to see how things worked. What else can you do? Nomos learn. Nomos try new things. Do you want to see? Server Gargoyle slowly turns its head, dragging your hand along with it. Skull's eyes flash red. Scarlet gaze falls upon one of the monotonously chanting junior technomats. You blink, and an electric discharge erupts from the technomat's skull. Crimson-clad figure slumps to the floor. Does it please you? Do you want us to do it again? As though you're provoking the machine spirits. Stop. Nomos enjoys communication. Azathoth, it's our blood. In the name of the Emperor and by the will of the rogue trader von Valencius, I order you to stop. On this ship, none but I and the Imperium's laws can dictate who lives and who dies. We understand that. We may only stop functions of living things when you tell us to. You will tell us, will you not? We enjoy doing things with you. I've heard enough, Pascal. You are to investigate the nature of this entity. So we know the truth. Nomos is allowed to exist on the ship. Nomos want to learn what we are too. We will add things to our log, things that might help us, help you. Pascal lets out something resembling a long breath. The decision is made. I will begin my preparations for the communion rite at once. Many cycles of interaction with the entity Nomos await me, but I welcome this task and I accept it from the Omnissiah. Nomos are glad. Azathoth, will you speak to us with us too? We want you to speak with us too. Our captain's body lacks the sacred implants necessary for tech communing with the machine spirits clothed. But if such is your wish, Azathoth can converse with you using lowly sound speech as he is doing right now. I will speak with you, Nomos. Nomos are glad. We have been lonely. Our work here is done, Azathoth. I will let my tech comrades know that we are stopping the complementary ritual. Thank you for appearing before us, Entity Nomos. Friend. Turn on. Hello, Nomos. Welcome to your visit. What have you been doing? We have been studying and observing, and helping the ship when we can. So many mechanisms. They would have suffered without our input. What about the research notes on the tech blight that we obtained from the cache on Kiavagama? The name is also known to us. It is related to Nomos. We do not understand how. Then I'll take my leave. Alright. Well, back to the Chronos Expanse we go. Let's go! Forge a path to Trinitas. It's Valstone. Yes, Mundus Valancius. Turn course there. Make it safe. I guess unsafe. Although I guess it would be worthwhile to make connections between the main worlds safe. I think I will. And the other cache is just a couple jumps away. Cool. But I'm going to save my insight. Lord Captain, we have visitors on the bridge seeking an audience. Your presence is required. Who's this? High Factotum, Generous Denrock. The High Factotum bows low to you. Your Lordship, if I may beg for a minute of your precious attention, I am elated to notify you that a delegation of High Ecclesiarchs from the Adeptus Ministorum has arrived on your vessel. The holiest of his servants have come to proclaim their veneration before the rogue trader, faithful to his word and fearful of his wrath. Long may the Von Valancius name be praised in the annals of the Imperium. May the God Emperor protect this dynasty from peril and adversity. Noble Azathoth von Valancius, word of your righteousness and diligence in serving him has spread to the farmost corners of the Chronos Expanse. It would be folly to let a paragon such as yourself travel among the stars with a firm spiritual support. We are here to correct this egregious oversight. From this day forth, this ship will be consecrated daily and nightly by the servants of the Ecclesiarchy, given to you for toils eternal, so that his light in these halls may never fade. The Ecclesiarchy grants you a holy relic, a banner of Saint Cognatius, obtained in the conquest of the Expanse. May this gift instill trepidation and reverence in the hearts of your subjects, and the altar created to bear it become a place of prayer for your senior officers. Does your lordship wish to witness the installation of the altar and the banner? You would be the first to kneel before the relic, and set the example of piety for the crew. It would be a great honor. Turn your thoughts to the God Emperor. And this is just going to be in the middle of stuff then. Okay. Cool. Anyway, back to the Expanse. See, there are not enough resources. Yeah, built the colony rewards. It was 6. In Kiavagama. Lord Captain, the tech priests have made a sinister discovery in Kiavagama. A blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked Cubist Delphin. This mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It also occasionally transmits a discordant Benheric melody to nowhere in particular. But no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sorts. See, of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to contact the voices of the warp may seem tempting. But this machine is teeming with corruption. Its fuel tanks are satiated with the liquefied souls of your subjects. It is enough for now, but someday will have to be refilled. There's one efficiency. I already have really high complacency, but this would give me security. Now, what does my retinue think about this? On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally that would be all, but I will explain further, out of respect for you. The Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Their trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat would loom over his domain. The demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches. Let them hear our righteous cry. As the will be some of the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives in zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to this machine. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear our voice and fear us. This blasphemous creation must be anathematized and deconstructed. In the name of total knowledge acquisition, the principles of its operation must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy. So, we get Empyrean Transceiver. The wearer is targeted by an ally's ability. The wearer gains allies' fellowship bonus, temporary wounds. Don't want to give efficiency. Security and otherworldly observer. All units gain +7 awareness. Emperor's Voice. Persuasion. Yeah, sure, let's... So be it, Argenta. Shake the warp with wrathful sermons in honor of the Emperor. May the wicked cower in fear. The invited preachers, strict and stern, started to take shifts reciting a formidable litany about the inevitable victory of the Emperor into the Foxcaster. Their angry words flew straight into the Immaterium, reverberating in the ears of the spirits that inhabited it, unable to hide from this righteous diatribe. Whenever one of their preachers perished, another would take their place, and there was no shortage of volunteers. Yeah. So I need more efficiency. I give total efficiency. Decree of Diligence. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards to be processed into corpse starch, which would encourage the most diligent servants. The motive force is life. Oh, really fast engine. Compassion for the silent. Hospice for servitors will be provided to care for out-of-order automatons. Metal servitors have no feelings, but they serve, attempting to pay the rogue trader back for his merciful guardianship. +20 whole integrity. Plus more efficiency and mag trains for pure profit factor. Plus it should push me up to have enough efficiency to get giants done. Chapel of Enumeration. Augur systems connected. So enemies suffer reduced evasion. Inferno. Bloody detonator. Profit factor. I think that's what I'm gonna want to do. I'm gonna go for the engine first. Because, yeah, this will get me... Oh, not efficiency. Make trains for profit factor. Compassion for the silent. I get some more hull integrity. It's a kind of class, but that also doesn't prevent me from doing any other stuff. Let's go up to the last chains of Cyrene. Warp jump was unusually hectic. Recent attack of the scrap code disabled many of the sacred machines whose malfunctioning algorithms showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real space and surrendered itself to the Sea of Souls. Only the navigator's talent and the tireless vigil of the tech priest saved the void ship from ruin. Anyway, we got ourselves a little cache of Xeno artifacts to find. Stash of the Children of Assyrian. Scorpion Chainsword. And Cloak of Shadows. Whenever the wearer deals damage with an attack of opportunity, they gain the Shredded Effect. As long as the wearer has the Shredded Effect, when becoming the target of an attack, they automatically dodge, and after that, Shredded Effect is removed. Meh. Anyway. Passion for the Silent done. Which doesn't open us up for... Okay, we need one more efficiency to get Giants. Let's go for Mag Trains. Planning a planet's manufactorums. Get me even more profit factor. Are only as efficient as the logistical system. The Lex mechanics predict a major growth in the planet's overall manufacturing output if haulers and airships make way for powerful mag trains speeding along a web of long-distance railways. Execute. Why did I just immediately get... Oh, because that immediately finished. Dear God. Okay, now we can get Giants done, giving us replenishing immobile extractiums. Hell yeah. And unlocking a bunch of stuff for the future. Tools of Righteousness, to not bring the worlds of iniquity to imperial compliance, and Incendia Chorda is facing a prolonged campaign to weed out the planet's blasphemous elements. She'll pay a generous price for the formidable steel giants of Kiavagama, vested in holy armor and armed with the Emperor's fury. Well, that's done. Small thorn, a bunch of raid, I don't know what I'm doing. Indulgences. Let's go for the Reaping. Dargonis had something? No. Some Phabos, then? Yeah, Underground Workers. Lose a bit of complacency. Get a bunch more stuff. Yep, Giant's done. Let's go for those Flawless Servitors. Damn. Okay. And I want Inferno or Unwelcome Guests. Inferno for the more profit factor. And the Armored Prow. Also, I can apparently just pop stuff. God damn. Anyway, Chapel of Enumeration. The Omnissiah. Okay, can I seriously just do all of these? Explorators, got the engine, and decree of diligence as well. Sure. My god. And pop on back to Darkonos to let stuff finish. Enemies of humanity have been spotted aboard the ship. Warp B7 threw out the crew in charge of one of the macro cannons and massacred those who resisted the heresy. The Lord Captain is their only hope. Yeah, let's go fight him. Dropping Heinrichs for Juliet. Macro cannon chamber. Let's get Juliet. Level up. A couple level ups. Yeah, elusive speed. Agility. Chain weapon expert, I guess. As I give her the scorpion thingamajig. Really, I could give you the Ashen Breath. Shorter range. But you're all about the aim shots.
The sooner we start.
Bloodletter, Bloodthirsty Marksman. Let's do this.
Strike without fear or hesitation.
Yes, I would like Argenta to actually be up there. Doing some real work. Juliet can go up there. Pascal can just be wherever, I guess. Oh, there's one guy over there. Okay. Pascal. Go over there. Where are you? You're pretty late. Lord, you got a couple bloodthirsters to deal with. Cassia, I think you'll be fine over there. And myself right behind you.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Whoa.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Attack. Concentrated fire. And just unload.
Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Very nice.
I'll do it. Eradicated. Doubt
Double on
for
that
the weak.
slaughter. In advance. Okay, so. Bloodletters haven't taken a lot of damage.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
So, perfect spot.
If I must.
Analyze the enemy.
I understand your intent.
Do a little bit of
I deal death with my
holy
hands.
shit. That was really good. In your sights on the other bloodletter.
Injured. I'm enraged.
Bloodthirsty.
I suck.
We'll give Argento another turn.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Power
Lex
resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Huh. I guess bloodletters are immune to fire. Okay. Oh, in that case. Then I really must.
Faith without can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Do so like that.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then Cassie can do some stuff. Can't see that. Can see that. And that guy. Okay.
Can't die with grace, at least.
Not a problem. Dealt with.
Do not dare ask.
Fabulard. And Pascal's. And awkwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Alright. Hop into that invisible cover.
Running by Derek override.
Eliminate the two up there. And the guy right behind you.
Function successfully terminated.
That guy up there. Dismantling attack here.
I am a savant of destruction. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Perfect spot. And machines
Running by Derek override.
My turn. Just take a shot. And then it was done. Some random junk. Oh. One last guy. Scrap chainmail.
Fit for a servitor.
Back to the Cronus Expanse map. It was fun. Also today I learned that bloodthirsters are immune to fire. Which I guess kind of makes sense. Anyway, Kavagama. But Captain, after the unsealing of Lady Theodora's secret workshop on Kavagama, an epidemic of mysterious tech leprosy has broken out. Augments mutate into distorted forms, killing their hosts. Machines and even entire assembly halls break apart into fragments and devour each other, fusing into grotesque and insane forms. The Omega-18 Manufactorum, the epicenter of the epidemic, is cordoned off, but the disease will burst out of there sooner or later. Gain refugees from Lost Manufactorum. Plus 20 Void Shield to all sectors at the expense of efficiency. Healer of Metal. Enemies suffer minus 5% of their armor penetration. Create an exclusion zone. A Vessel of Tech Leprosy. And lose efficiency. Or listen to the advisors. The eradication of the infection is the highest priority, but to completely eradicate the Manufactorum serving as the epicenter is to inflict serious damage to the resource supply. This unit, I can propose another method of purging. However, the sacraments of the Omnissiah that are available to me cannot be revealed to the laity. I ask that you place your trust in me. Shireen, do not be so hasty with this purge. This phenomenon may be of interest to other specialists. There are many who do not agree that all knowledge belongs solely to cogs. Yeah. I was pressed 18 different epidemics aboard the flagship, and our officers have experience in setting up quarantines. We'll send them to the to Kavagama to lead the tech purgator squads. They will not return from the epicenter until the infection is eradicated, and the preventative exclusion zone is taken down. You have metal eyes eventually, scarred by corrosion. To combat those who have stripped away their flesh and replaced it with machinery, the Bloodspun Web has procured a remedy, an acidic compound that burns through steel. We stand ready to help to burn out this tech leprosy. So, Pascal will get us the shield thing. Cabela, demise of metal. Allies deal 10% more damage to machines and targets with the reject the flesh feature. Healer of metal will reduce enemy armor penetration, isolate the manufactorum, get some profit factor. You know what? Do as you wish, Pascal. You have my permission. Your request is accepted, and I shall withdraw to perform the sacrament. The tech priests, armed with mysterious devices they assembled according to the instructions of Magos Hanoman, enter the bowels of the Manufactorum. What happens there is unknown. Reports speak of blue and green flash that illuminated the Manufactorum, and the epidemic subsided overnight. The distorted mechanisms were honorably melted down, and so were the bodies of the dead tech priests who carried the machine of Magos Hanuman, as well as the burnt remains of the machine itself. The eminent Magos refused to comment on his chosen method of purging, calling it a revelation of the Omnissiah that he himself could not comprehend before it left him. Many of the tech priests who had once maintained this Manufactorum were left without a function and transferred to serve aboard the rogue trader's ship. Lord Captain, a strange anomaly has been detected on Kiavagama. A series of orders, defined as Procedure 0C, has forced itself into the production algorithms. Servants of the Omnissiah define its execution status as most sacred, and therefore follow its instructions to the letter. In just one cycle, cells were erected in all the manufactorums, connected by cogitators, or more precisely, their computing channels. This network forms a pattern similar to those applied to the digital cells of machine spirits. The 0C procedure commands Magi with an above-average psi receptivity index to enter the cells. Those tech priests who take their seats in the cells fall into a blissful data dream, begin to sing Banheric hymns, very similar to those that periodically whirred from the warp vox of Cubist Delphin. The performance of the Manufactorums has dropped. Many of the machine god's servants have abandoned their posts and are pleading for the privilege of fulfilling Procedure 0C. But the enforcers have taken custody of the cells and ward these volunteers away from them. Armor of Refraction at the expense of efficiency. Heavy armor. Carapace grants the armor +1 deflection and 10+ armor if they've moved during their turn, and +2 deflection against human enemies. Study this procedure. Secret of the Ancient Cybersmiths. All allies deal logic over 15% more energy and machine damage. Or take all the Magi out of their cells and destroy these cells. Abolisher of Procedure C. All allies deal 10% more damage to machine creatures, Necrons, and targets with Reject the Flesh feature. As advisors, there's singing. It is perhaps that your race are able to achieve such a harmonious form of interaction with crafted tools. My kinsmen, too, use psychoacoustic harmonics to guide our creations. I'm not a bone singer myself, but I might be able to tell your servants of certain principles that define the sound of the universe. I find this sacrilegious suggestion to be a breach of the Data Unity Protocol. A signal seemingly from nowhere that has the highest execution priority. A perfect weapon for capturing the planet. It should be anathematized, and I'm ready to summon a cadre of competent text sourcists from the Inquisition. So we do Polisher of Procedure C. Heinrichs! Fix this shit. I'm familiar with the gifts of the Omnissiah, and have personally trained several specialists for the Lord Inquisitor's retinue. There will not be any problems. Execution of the poorly understood Procedure C was forbidden, in their efforts to root out its directives and remove the Magi from the cells. Rogue Trader's servants faced resistance, resulting in bloodshed and death. However, the text sources of the Inquisition who arrived on the planet tempered the anger of the Omnicide servants by confirming the legitimacy of the Lord Captain's actions. Lawless servitors. Underground workers. Janice is still working on stuff. So, just gotta talk to the Master of Ceremonies. Still the option to find traces of Gene Stealer cults, but I'm not sure where to go. Maybe I should talk to, what's his name? Oh, I should talk to people about Nomos. Complete a development project of the highest difficulty in any colony. Stone. So for Bundus is a few jumps away. Let's see, the engine decks are transformed into exotic gardens. Several chambers spread in foliage vaguely resembling the plants on Terra, although they exhibited a glass-like structure or surface polished to a mere sheen. While the reflections of the plants perfectly copied the surrounding objects, they did not show a single living being. Those who peered into them saw grotesque blood-covered creatures instead, not unlike bloated abyssal fish with a pair of clawed limbs, sometimes more. Unable to destroy the sinister growth, the Voidsmen covered it with bastille hoods until leaving the Immaterium, finally ridding the vessel of the corruption. Nope. Fellstone needs my attention. What for? Well, I'm headed that way anyway. Blood contest. What's up, Fellstone? Oh yeah, I did put the blood cultists in charge of them, didn't I? Explode. Already getting extracted. Okay, so Promethium is now my lowest resource. What's up? The two Drukari Cabals are vying to see which can capture more of the Rogue Trader's subjects in the system. The Dynasty's servants lament the elusiveness of the accursed Xenos. Set up an ambush from the colony. Let's do that. The Xenos took the bait and walked straight into the ambush, at which point the planetary wardens, supported by automated defense systems and militia forces, were finally able to destroy the blasted raiders. Was that it? Okay. I was hoping to get some more comeback. Anyway, off to Fort Bundus. I also gained a bunch of profit factor from something. Cemetery of the Faithful on Fellstone. Getting me Xeno artifacts. Huh. Profit factor and provisions with reaping done on Janus. Nothing more to be done there. That. Capgamma is good. Cool. Anyway, before we move on to the next chapter... Yeah. Get in there, head to Shadow Quarters. Quarters of Endurance. Dock. think it's in the atrium where he is.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Welcome to Hieronymus. Here we are. Hey! The Emperor protects. Hieronymus Dolorosa's unblinking eyes fix on Irliet. I know not why his voice, vested to protect the Imperium's borders from the intrusions of the enemies of humanity, see fit to keep an ungodly Xenos in their retinue. But I say to you, repent, young von Valancius, and pray to the Emperor for forgiveness. For your soul has forevermore been stained with the taint of an outsider. There can be no virtue in that which is contrary to his divine will. Irliet is busy studying Volcanic architecture. It seems she finds Footfall's bustle far more interesting than Hieronymus's words. Oh, actually I have stuff to... I actually have stuff to tell him. Okay. But I went back to talk to this guy. Your requests have been fulfilled. The cultist den in the Shadow Quarters has been cleared out. Negrim's smile brightens his features, and he makes the sign of the Aquila. I hope their suffering was commensurate with their deeds. Is it true that the pirate Dens Belardo was your parishioner, and that he endowed the Drusians with donations? It is. Over the course of his life, the reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to a grand catechism, listing humankind's eminent vices and enormities. It was all the more painful for him to realize that, of all the heinous acts he had committed, not only had he been forgotten by the Emperor, or not one had been forgotten by the Emperor. Dens Belardo was afraid of death, and that which would await him after. He hoped to atone for his misdeeds, yearned to convince, if not the Emperor, then himself at least, that he had been more than a conscious speck of malignant mold all his life. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. And it is true for miscreants above all others. The greater the transgression, the more miraculous and wondrous the repentance. I'll give him the diary of the captain of the Wasteland Wayfarer. Your expedition perished. He studies the diary for a while in silence and then says grimly, Captain Veerkill was a kind but fallible man. So was my brother in service Graphic. So were the millions of pilgrims who boarded the Wasteland Wayfarer many years ago. Wayfarer. It grieves me that their kindness failed the test that the void presented them with. But their death serve as a reminder to us. Corruption has many faces, can stain even the purest soul. Thank you for the news, Lord Captain. Colony A3649 Manoras is hereby officially declared fallen and lost. I found this scripture in the ruined abode of Jesavin. Now, what is it? Martyr's work from a lost colony? No, Reverend. It's a blasphemous text, the product of the mind of a heretic and apostate who betrayed mankind. One should know the face of one's enemy. Hieronymus nods gravely. Your vigilance is great. We will steel our hearts against this new breed of heresy that is pressed into these unclean pages. To move our conversation to a place more befitting people of our rank. Why? For whatever. Question about your faith. Cindy Chorda. Spice Chorda. Cindy has her hair, but already among our triggers. The protection of the Holy Warrant. Typically leads to the swift atrophy of conscience and pious deeds, but not in Cindy's case. Your tolerance is worthy of respect, I suppose. Thank you for your explanations. Tell me about yourself. What's troubling your heart? Bad omens, dark times. Taint. Rumors about the expanse of curse of the Xenos were on bold. Remember talk probably you in the past. A wretched fiend, blinded by ambitions. One veneer of rot. The Emperor is merciful for allowing you a chance at redemption. I said I've redeemed myself. I doomed an entire planet to degeneracy. You think a decade or two of wandering of the mission is enough to atone for that? Where is the bastard drowned? You sickly green in your dark prison. It falls in great flakes of ash upon the shoulders of your sorrow. With fire, devoid of golden radiance. The flickers of teachings leave nothing but black soot in their souls. Let's have a look at what you can get me. Reconstructed flamer pistol. Spinner's breastplate. Yes, light armor. It looks like if I can get to 15, I can get some good stuff. 42 armor on a light piece. Good chance in melee combat. Dodge against human enemies. Seal of Death. Whenever the wearer kills... okay, that's for... Triumph of Retribution. A Force Sword. Martyr's Penance. I already have a heavy flamer. Solid shield and armies. Or in arms. Can use shield swing with their shield against multiple enemies in the area. Shield attack deals more damage. Carapace. Okay, got some stuff there. There's the palace, warehouse, rest of footfall. Kinda sucks I can't just go back. It's off a row. It's like I have to walk all the way through Void Deck, Alpha Row to get anything done. And I think I'm gonna cut off soon. It's been about 6 hours.
Calculating optimal route.
Bridge. And then talk to Danrock, see what we can pick up for our troubles. Now that we are at profit factor 80 something. Mr. Danrock. Should be transportation of some goods. Let's go pick up all the stuff we can. Doloroso. Explorators, heavy shield, force field emitter, after using run and gun. Improved cover efficiency, heavy emergency cover. Focus melt gun. Asbestos carapace. That would be really good. I don't think it's... yeah, it's only like, not even 2,000 away. So I might just... you know, I got a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. Name... I just need 400. I think I can do with a couple of fuel. Alright, Explorators maxed out. Let's go grab that last thing. Cause Bellica mission. You got anything good for me? You got a Hex rifle. Got rid of a heavy stubber. Ooh. Sekka's breastplate. Casts visor. Where it kills a target with a single ranged attack for the first time in combat. That way I may make an additional. It's Eldari, so that would actually be good for our dear elf, Stormbolter. The roar. Unironically worse. I guess it has targets hit by the force can move 2 cells away. Like the Zoe Pattern Sniper Rifle does it better. Blade Dancer's Blade of Sorrow. On their first non-extra turn in combat, the wearer gains a number of additional attacks equal to their siren. Holy shit! Oh lord! I need that. 16, huh? Alright. Tradable specifications. Okay. Type. Have some heretic trophies. Xenos artifacts. Some jewelry. Target is 15 crystal staff. Ooh, upgrade for Cassia. First checking navigator power each turn costs less. Yeah, devastating 12. Dear God. Yeah, target is 16. Give you everything I can. Probably isn't going to be much at this point. I'll take what I can get. Which basically isn't much of anything, but what can you do? Fellowship of the Void. You got anything really good? Modified Splinter Pistol. It's not any use. Drusus Pattern Shotgun. We'll get a Nightmare. Grimoire of the Void. Poet's Grace. Constant Persuasion. Precinct of Vox Relay. Carnage. Yeah, I don't really care so much over here. Tactical Backpack. +1 rate of fire or strike camp for any weapon capable of burst attacks. Swashbuckler Cloak. Could be good for Abelard. I need to remember what I picked up for Abelard. Enforcer Carapace. Maybe? Or was it the Tempestuous Carapace? That I actually picked up a lot of stuff. That might be useful. Tactical Boots. Whenever an enemy attempts to make an attack of opportunity against the wearer, that enemy is pushed back by 1 cell before the attack is able to hit the target. The Warp Guide Staff. Ooh. Be great for Cassia. Turning Visor. This is the another fun thing. Ironclad Argument. And then the Imperial Navy. I can give you a bunch of stuff. Void trophies. Most. Name. I've done a lot of combat. us a bunch more stuff. Ooh, Wrath Starfighters. You can get 2 of those. Whoa. Oh, but am I willing to give up the improved damage and hit chance for my weapons? Galleon adamantine plating is just going to be that much better. Compound void shield stuff is going to be that much better. Some really great stuff there. I think I'm willing to give up all this fuel and sugar points. Although, in the end, it's just for not much more. Oh, let's grab everything we can. Okay. Ship. So, avoid Sunder Lance Battery. Ooh, wide firing arc. Wrath Starfighters versus Fury. Absolutely. 8 shots at 10. Short range. Plasma. It's like 80. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Multi-band, lower crit chance, but basically guarantees hits, which is going to be quite nice with everything else. Adamantine plating is better. Compound shield array. But yeah, I think going for the 98% chance to hit and then having all the firing. Oh yeah, 9 thingamajig there. And yeah, I suppose going for Prowl Lance will be fine. I got the dorsals, Styges. Yeah. Cool. Nice. Those things. 3 at 21, long range. I mean, I'm not doing... Yeah, I'm not doing the flex stuff, so it doesn't matter. So I guess I'm going for plasma on the dorsal, and then I got... the Zolance. Medium, short, long. Alright. Maybe I'll need to drop something for... Iliad. Yeah, improved ballistic skill. Oh, but that's only one additional thing rather than... How often are you actually going to be 10 tiles away from your targets? Anyway, Pascal. Stormbolt. The only issue is it doesn't have the always critical hit with single shots. Besides, deadly precision still does more damage than the Stormbolter. Okay. Date from oldest to newest. Jakari pattern. Just don't need that. Frankly, I should probably just drop any Jakari stuff into the hold. Spinner's breastplate. My agility is actually pretty high. But I'd still rather have that 5 armor. Although that is 15 toughness as well. Ooh, when hit by this weapon, all melee attacks against the target gain a +2 critical hit chance and +15 critical damage for 2 turns. Ooh. Oh. See Delphin pattern on a sign X. It's roundly inferior to the Kawagama pattern. Half tempted to... respecialize you for... got a manual valve. So I haven't completed stuff on Kawagama. Well, anyway, I think that's enough for today. Thank you for watching, and I will be back whenever to do things at other times. Yay!